All right, we're going live everywhere. All right, should be live. Now I just need to rearrange things. Well, I guess Ian will be here shortly,
Yeah.
so I don't have to
Ian's on the
rearrange
way.
things too much.
You just got to make sure that the acai bowl is has been delivered.
Right, of course. And then Doug has to go down here, and the lava lamp has to go there, and that should be good.
I'm showing that it's live.
Yep, should be. Oops, that's me twice. Let me add up ourselves. And we should be good to go.
Dope.
Now, unfortunately, I don't have the version that you have so that people who are watching can watch the watching. That wasn't really helpful. What I'm trying to get at is that if somebody's joining from Video Ninja, I can't display to them what we're showing everybody else.
Right. The way I was doing that is I took the Safari web browser and I logged in as a guest to the Video Ninja room, like it was a phone or a computer, and then I added that to the scene, and then on my Video Ninja admin screen, I was sending, rather than using my main camera, I was sending the OBS virtual camera. And that seemed to work pretty well for getting my face on the screen, but also getting it so that they could see a preview of the actual live feed.
But how are you using both the OBS virtual camera and managing the scene in OBS?
So the virtual camera that I was using is a horizontal virtual camera, and I'm just turning it on. And then inside of Video Ninja, when I log in as the manager or the admin, I'm selecting the virtual camera as my actual camera, as the
but
room
are you
admin.
managing the scene, like, you know, like all of the graphics and stuff also in OBS?
Yeah.
So then it seems like you would need two horizontal scenes that are both active. Oh no, you can send a different scene to the virtual camera, can't you?
Yeah.
Rather than the
so
one that's
virtual
like
camera,
active.
You can send either the vertical or the horizontal, but I'm sending it an active horizontal feed.
I'll have to play around with it. It's not urgent though.
Yeah. No.
Oh, we still need you on TikTok, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about TikTok. Give me a second.
We do have a guest on TikTok, and we're also waiting for Ian. We can take our guest in just a moment.
Yeah.
Ian is indeed fashionably late, as always, though. Got to get the acai bowls or something like this.
We've come to expect that.
Yeah. We do have two super chats. One from C-Bar with just a waving emoji with the $5, which is very much appreciated. And another $5 from my KB Kamoto Saika? I don't know. Gay for Justin, pan for Ian, straight for Dr. Blitz. I guess. Makes me feel like you guys think that I'm less queer friendly.
But you are married.
I am married, but like very okay, well, look, I could do the thing where it's like, well, I'm not looking, but like my wife's best friends are married and they're both women, so they're married to each other. But that's like me saying I'm not racist. I have black friends, so it doesn't really save me.
I did request up on TikTok.
Okay, let me add you. Okay, we have a bunch of guests. All right, well, Ian's gonna be a minute, I guess. So let us bring up our first guest, who was Webster. Webster, how's it going?
Yeah, hi. I just want to know if you guys hold to Ian's same like argument against God, where he can't be timeless or whatever, because I actually have a response to that argument. But I don't know if you guys run that same argument or not.
I think that a similar argument is probably fair, namely that if you have a being with a mind, it can't exist in a timeless state. But I think that that's probably a little bit different from what you're talking about.
Well, what if God is temporal, though? Do you have any issue with that?
Then it just seems a little bit confusing because it seems like temporal things are physical things, at least in one sense of the word.
What's the argument for that, slow boy? Go ahead.
Is this what we're going to do?
Notice how you're pivoting to meta. You can't give an argument that establishes that temporal things are physical. Holy fucking shit. Dodge number one. Let's try one more time, slow boy. What's premise one of the argument? Go ahead.
Imagine being such a fucking goon that you have
You're
to.
You're a side character. Stop talking. I'm not talking to you. Anyway, Dr. Blitz, go ahead and give the argument.
I think we've talked before, right?
Yeah, Webster? You're a side character. Be a good boy and drink your coffee. Dr. Blitz, give the argument. Go ahead.
Webster, have we talked before?
No, good sir. I'm here in good faith to engage in a meaningful discourse with two distinguished atheists.
Surely here in good faith.
Yeah.
I'm here before two distinguished atheists to engage in a good faith manner.
Yeah.
Really?
That's the case. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Give me the argument, slow boy, that you're here in good faith.
I'm actually non-inferentially justified in believing I'm here in good faith, so you asking for an argument is a category error, slow boy. Holy fucking shit, you're face down, ass up right now. How does it feel to lose?
All right. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a meme, right? Like, I don't think that he was actually, I don't think he was here, like, to have a serious conversation, right? Not that, like, all the conversations have to be serious, but, like, I think that he was just here to be, like, funny, which it is funny, all things considered.
Wasn't one.
Well, we have a $10 super chat from Texas Panhandler, saying, "Happy Sunday, team. Justin, I hope you get parole soon."
You know Justin, what? I see the board in just a week. Soon, friend, soon.
There is a question about your audio. Is Justin's audio on the quiet end, everybody?
That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I can bump you up. Well, is it on the... Is Justin's audio okay on YouTube? Or is it just on... Okay, it's a little bit on the quiet end on TikTok. So I can potentially up your audio in Video Ninja and then lower your audio in the... on YouTube, I suppose. Oh, actually, no, I could just up your audio everywhere.
Yeah.
Just a smidge. Give me some testing noises.
All right, testing noise, testing noise.
A little bit more?
Testing noise, testing noise.
Okay, so that should be good. Okay. And from Tucson with the $2, I'll be gay for Blitz. There you go. Well, I appreciate it. That's what I needed to hear. And from, all right, here's a pronunciation guide. Sorry, my silly name is Micah Bika Motorcyca. Okay, I get it. Micah Bika Motorcyca. There you go.
Oh. It's hard when they don't have any spaces or periods or punctuations or anything between the words to figure out where they divide at.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you on that. Right. Shall we... Oh, actually, one moment. Just something to check. There we go. Now, also your audio should be louder on TikTok as well. Let us bring up our next guest, right, Squilly. Cool. Squilly, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Do you believe in a God, Squilly?
I think I do. I'm a bit unclear, but I wanted to hear your perspective on concepts of Spinoza's argument for God and a pantheist worldview.
Well, fortunately, just the right person is here to answer your questions.
What do you think like Spinoza's argument for God is?
I have a limited understanding probably, but just that God is kind of synonymous with the fabric of the universe and is omnipresent throughout and indistinguishable from.
So okay, that's like his conclusion, right? But I'm not really sure how he arrives there. You know, I haven't looked into Spinoza or his arguments particularly deeply. But I guess like I'm not really sure why we would think that that's the case. I don't know. What makes you think that that's true?
Well, so I've been a physicalist for most of my life, and I've recently been interested in analytic idealism and arguments for that. And I feel like a physicalist perspective doesn't answer the hard problem of consciousness. And I feel like, at least from my perspective, and it's tough because I don't know if any of this can really be proven or disproven, which makes it difficult from a scientific perspective. But having a first-person perspective of consciousness, like, at least to me, it exists. It feels like it exists.
We agree.
And I don't think the physicalist worldview explains that.
Why not?
It quite literally doesn't. I mean, we don't know the mechanism through which consciousness is generated.
What's the mechanism by which consciousness is generated on idealism?
I don't know if there's a mechanism explained, but we know that it exists.
Sure. Well, we know that it exists under physicalism too. So it seems like you would then be in like the same position. You're saying the reason why we should prefer idealism over physicalism is because physicalism has no explanation for how consciousness comes about, but then idealism doesn't either, it sounds like.
True. That may be true. Yeah.
There are also like a lot of things that are like quite weird. They don't quite make sense under a view that matter is less fundamental than consciousness. That facts about like the brain and how brain damage will affect things like your conscious experiences, things like laws of nature, laws of physics, like it's all very strange under the idealist view as to why these things exist or why they operate this way.
There's also a secondary issue, which I haven't heard brought up, which is that there's almost a fine-tuning problem for the idealist, right? If minds can exist absent physical bodies, why are there physical bodies? What are the odds that, the way minds were going to be was that it was going to arrange themselves in a way that, we perceive these physical bodies with digits and senses and all of this stuff, when we could have just been minds that, make up an electron universe or make up just a chaotic universe with just minds in it. Why is it this way?
Well, and maybe that's possible. I mean, and consciousness, when we talk about it, I mean, there's different levels to it. So, I mean, I'm talking more that there's a fundamental consciousness in the universe. When we talk about minds and bodies, like if you cut off your hand, you lose the perception, the feeling of, that body part, but you're still conscious. And similarly, you can have, brain damage, or there are drugs that cut off, your ability to perceive things through your mind, and so your fundamental consciousness loses, the ability to sense certain things. But to me, it certainly feels like consciousness is fundamental to the universe.
The question that I'm raising is, why is it that consciousness needs a brain or a body to have certain kinds of experiences? What's the connection there?
It filters information, it processes information.
But couldn't have God made it like some other way? Couldn't you have had consciousness with some other body that didn't need a brain at all?
Possibly. I mean, I don't necessarily believe in God as a separate creative force. I mean, it's more the very nature of the universe.
Kind of sounds like you're an atheist then.
Yeah, like we agree there's like a fundamental nature of the universe.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. I mean, so Spinoza was accused of being an atheist in his time, and he was excommunicated from the church for these ideas. And
I think he was Jewish.
He was Jewish.
Yeah, he was Jewish.
From the Jewish leaders at the time.
There's not really an excommunication thing. Yeah, they just didn't like him.
Yeah.
They just didn't invite him to their events anymore.
To Passover, you know, nobody sent him gifts for Hanukkah.
Yeah.
Hanukkah Harry didn't pay him a visit.
I mean, look, I'm going to speculate historically here. I would put money that if you brought Spinoza back to life today and you talked to him in, I don't know, like medieval Spanish or whatever language he spoke, he would be an atheist. He would probably agree with Ian, Justin, and I far more than he would agree with anybody who considered themselves a deist or a theist of any kind. I suspect that he said that he believed in God, but that God was the universe or the nature of reality because he didn't want to get burned to the stake, is my guess.
Okay, we can.
I mean, like, I'm speculating, but it just seems like the views that he held, if you go at, like, you know, I haven't actually read his writings, but I've read summaries, and it just seems like the views that he held are basically consistent with, like, you know, the way an atheist would think about the world today.
So there's like this weird problem. I don't know. I haven't explored this too deeply, but some of my friends who I consider to be like pretty intelligent with respect to things like philosophy of mind tell me that the best version of idealism is indistinguishable from the best version of physicalism. And I think that they probably posit more stuff than I do, or that my physicalism does, but I don't know. Like, I think at a certain point, it kind of seems like there's no real substantive disagreement between the idealist and the physicalist across like some versions of idealism or physicalism.
Yeah, I think that's probably true, and I think that makes it especially hard sometimes to debate or talk about, because it is kind of a matter of perspective, and, you know, whether or not you want to call it just the universe, the physical universe, or if you want to refer to it as God, you know, you get very close to the same arguments. So I think that's fair. And I'm not an expert in this philosophy or in debating in general. So
that's okay. Well, do you have anything else?
No, I really appreciate you guys taking the time.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for being here.
Yeah. Cheers.
We have at least one super chat. Indeed, two super chats. One from Digital Toaster with the 5 Canuck bucks. The universe as a sim does only calculating observed parts of the sims by agents limit the computation power required into the realm of possibility. Love. I think that this is regarding to simulation stuff that I've talked about. So the idea here is that somehow you need to have the underlying physics engine running so that if say a physicist runs an experiment, you will produce self-consistent results. So suppose that, I mean, like, it's just not true that, like, physicists are running experiments at any given time of the day to probe the deepest levels of, you know, the smallest particles that we have access to. But what you need to make sure that you're doing is that when a physicist does turn on their particle collider, that the answer that it spits out is consistent with what was going on before. So you can't stop running those calculations in the background, because when those, because physics is consistent, right? If you stop running those calculations in the background, when the physicist turns on their machine to, you know, their particle accelerator, whatever it might be, then you'd have to run all of those calculations now. And that would take up even more time. So it seems like you can't really get out of running these kind of fundamental physics simulations in the background, regardless of who's actively observing. And from Draco's Rose with the $20, which is enormously appreciated. You guys help make the channel run. We have L lava, R rock, and S salt. Didn't we decide on stone lava salt? Wasn't it SLS?
I think so, but, you know, I'm flexible.
I'm sure you are. Is that a small chair looking at the bed that I see in your background? Anyway,
whoa. The
Draco's
Cuck
Rose.
Streaming setup, dude.
From Draco's Rose, that's my last name without the vowels. Haha. W Dr. Blitz, W Justin, W Ian. So LRS. Ah, I see. So your last name has the letters LRS, but without the vowels. Okay, that makes sense. I see why you did it that way. And one more super chat from Henrim with the $2. Les trois mousquetaires. I did my best, okay. Le Trois. I know that Le Trois is correct, but the Mousquetaires? There's something about French. Well, obviously it does mean the Three Musketeers, but there's something about French where you kind of just stop pronouncing the last half of a word, and I don't know where that happens. Anyway,
you have to feel it.
You do have to feel it. You have to have a feeling. Now, it
gets easier after a couple of sips of wine.
You know what? Maybe that's why they're always drinking. Okay, they're not always drinking, but they do drink a lot. All right, well, let's bring up negative conceivability. I imagine that this is it's an Ianism. Negative conceivability, how's it going?
Yeah, so Ian, if you're a physicalist, do you take it that the primary and secondary intentions of any given phenomenal state are going to coincide in virtue of some a posteriori identity? Yes or no?
Oh,
sorry, the slow boy's muted. Let's get him unmuzzled
real quick. Hear you.
Yeah, I was muted. I was just saying, I don't know, Clark is like my favorite troll. He's like so funny. I've watched so many debates between like him and like Deathless Light, for example. It's like probably my favorite, like my single favorite debate.
Is this
on the entire internet is like this dude debating like Deathless Light.
Can you please send me those links? That seems hilarious.
Yo, he actually,
Deathless
made this guy actually break character. It was like really funny. He talked about how he like rolled with like, apparently like something Clark cares about is like jujitsu, I think. And Deathless made like some absurd claim about jujitsu and like his jujitsu credentials, and it was like such an absurd claim that Clark broke character over it.
I just want
to please send me links. This is gonna like I gotta see these. Do they exist on YouTube?
Ian, the question on the table is just gonna be like, your account as a physicalist.
Right, later, take it? He is really funny. Like it's such like an obvious troll that like it.
Yeah.
Every time it happens. But you know what? He doesn't show up on my live streams ever.
Yeah, I mean, I typically try to, I don't know. It's like difficult to find like the perfect medium of engaging with them. Because you don't just want to like run from them, because then it looks like you're losing, but you don't really want to engage with them, because they're like sophists. So
wait, is he a troll that takes himself seriously, or is it actually a bit?
No. It's like real deal trolling.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. So that means that it's a bit, right?
Yeah, no, it is a bit. It's not like Deathless, where Deathless actually takes himself seriously.
Okay, just checking.
And Dr. Blitz, you would agree that the non-existence of God does not exist, right?
Indeed, I would agree that non-existence doesn't not exist.
So it does exist.
No, it doesn't not exist. Get it right, scumbag.
Doesn't not exist.
What, you've never heard of a double triple negative?
Double triple negative. 10 points.
How many
on that
negatives
double,
are in a double triple negative? All right, let's bring up Holy Guacamole. Holy Guacamole, how's it going?
Hey, doing well. How are you?
Doing all right. I think the other fellas are as well. Do you believe in a god there, Holy Guacamole?
I do.
And which one would that be? Are you a Christian? Are you a
Christian?
There we go. Christian. Okay. What's the best argument that you think you could offer for, us heathen atheists that might convince us to believe in the Christian God?
I don't think I'm going to try to convince you guys. I've seen enough of your guys' work here. Quite the bloodblast. So maybe we can come to a stalemate. I don't know. I'll give it a shot.
All right. A stalemate would be good enough. What you got?
All right. So the limits of physics and the human brain. I think that's what I'm going to focus on, right? So correct me if I'm wrong. String theory, quantum physics, and relativity, right? They're having trouble combining these things, right?
Can we not?
They haven't drawn polymerization to fuse them all together.
What's that mean?
It's a Yu-Gi-Oh reference.
It's a bold strategy, Kyle. See if it pays off.
Yeah, the ones you're looking for is general relativity and quantum mechanics. String theory is kind of off doing its isn't string theory like a potential way to try to explain quantum gravity?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Guacamole, if you could turn your speaker phone down a little bit, because it's so loud right now that every time we talk, it's feeding back into your microphone.
How's that?
Should be better.
No, okay. So I asked a question before.
Are you driving?
On a different account. And it was, the question was, is the human brain does it have the ability to even conceptualize the potential of a god, a deity outside of time and space? Like a grasshopper not being able to understand its surroundings, or a fish not being able to understand the surface.
I mean, perhaps not. Perhaps it's the case that there is something that we just can't conceptualize with our puny human logic. But then it's like, should we really be spending time thinking about this thing if it's not even in principle conceptualizable?
It's a good question, but it still leaves open the question of, like, can you completely write off the God isn't real?
Well, the way I see it, either, okay. There could be a whole separate realm of non-conceptualizable entities, and like maybe Doug and the lava lamp live there, and like these are in principle non-conceptualizable. And they don't interact with our world at all. And they just have, like, they don't care. Their existence doesn't depend on logic, it doesn't depend on any of this stuff, whatever it is. But then they may as well not exist. On the other hand, if you have an entity that is somehow interacting with our universe, then at least in part it is conceptualizable, because in principle, anything that interacts with our universe, is going to have some sort of physical effect that we could then conceive. So it seems like you can't have it both ways. You can't have a Christian God that interacts with our world and, partakes in the form of in the form of Christianity, appearing as Jesus and being triune and all of this stuff, and then also being non-conceptualizable. It seems like you can't have both.
I like how you leave it, it seems, because that's what brings me to, I'm a denominational Christian, by the way, but yeah, it seems is where I seem to be stuck with as well.
I'm just being humble. Don't worry.
What's that?
I'm just being humble. Don't worry. When I say it seems, what I mean is you can't have both, but I'm being nice about it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Can you explain how you cannot have both to me, like the layman?
Yeah. I mean, if you have a thing that is interacting with your world, then you can understand that interaction, right? I mean, Jesus was a person. You could conceive of Jesus, but if Jesus is supposed to be God, then it can't be fully non-conceivable, right?
How is that? But if you go back to the thinking pattern of us not being able to conceive it, our brains not being able to conceive it. I mean, if there is in fact a God that created what we see and what we don't see, I suppose, and what we're trying to see within science or within religion, right? If something was that powerful, in fact, wouldn't they be able to create something that we could not conceive?
Not in a way that we would notice in the real world. If we would notice it, then it's conceivable.
Yeah.
Sure,
I mean,
totally
like the grasshopper
agree.
analogy
I
is, I think the grasshopper analogy is really good because, the grasshopper still sees you, even though it doesn't understand you, it doesn't understand like what the car is. It still has some reason to think that there is like a thing there, even if you don't know like all the tiny details or like how it works.
Yeah, a grasshopper can conceive of, a person, insofar as they can conceive of anything, of course.
That's a good point. Okay, then do you think that we're at the cutting edge of math and science and physics and have full understanding of the universe?
Well,
I know,
Ian, the
you're
first question is
mathematics doctor.
The first question, by definition, of course, we're at the cutting edge. The second question seems unrelated to the first. I don't think, like, of course, we don't have a full understanding of everything. Otherwise, we wouldn't be still doing math and physics and biology and chemistry and sociology and economics and, all those things.
Right. So until that's really answered, right? I suppose, because I don't have an applied mathematics degree. I'm not a physicist. I enjoy it though as a hobbyist. And until we have those finite answers, I think this back and forth will be continued. And it can be continued by a lot greater men than me.
Do you think that, like, suppose string theory ends up being true, and we have a theory of everything. Do you think that all the theists will be like, well, you got us. It's over.
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay, so I actually don't think it has anything to do with the level of scientific knowledge that we have.
I was actually questioned that on a different panel about if I was faced with hard evidence, would I be able to accept it? Still don't have the answer. And that's just a theory, it's a logical question.
Well, that should bother you, right?
Yeah, it does. It absolutely does.
Well, look, holy guacamole.
That's my best shot. So I'm gonna.
That's fair.
Sit down on that one, and I'll see you on your what is it, MAGA versus science debate soon.
Fair All right, fair enough.
All right, take care, guys.
Take care.
Yeah, have a good day.
Yeah, didn't you hear? I'm getting political now.
Oh,
It's
shit.
not my fault. I'm getting political now,
How
but it's
dare
not my
you?
fault. I know.
Mm.
They just should stop trying to cut NASA's budget and the NSF's budget. And I'll
Dr.
just shut
Blitz
up and be
is
a
getting so
cute little
political.
atheist boy.
Yeah.
What?
Dr. Blitz is getting so political.
I know. All right, let's talk to Tuan. Tualuan?
Hello?
Tualuan, how's it going?
Great, man, great. I've been itching to ask this question to Ian for a while now. I agree that there's no God for the most part, like all loving, all powerful, all knowing. But I've heard Ian propose an infinite regress of sorts, and I have some problems with that idea of an infinite regress. The main one being
yeah, go for it.
That no point on an infinite timeline can get actualized, right?
What if they're all actual?
What do you mean?
Like, what if all points along the timeline are actual?
Well, yeah, they can be actual, but you have to ask the question: how do you get to the point that you're at right now? And then, like, the way I see it is that, hold up, wait, my copy is rolling. The way I see it is that, like, imagine yourself as the atoms in your body, and the atoms in your body would have had to traverse an infinite amount of events to get to the point where you are right now, which is impossible. Because say, like, I give you a jump rope and I told you to jump an infinite amount of rope, you never reach a point where you could say, okay, I've jumped an infinite amount of rope. Right.
Well, the problem is that what you just presented with the jump rope has a starting point. The infinite regress, there is no starting point. Like, the jump rope starts from 0. The infinite regress does not have a beginning. But I hold to the B theory of time, eternalism, which holds that past, present, and future are all actual. There isn't like genuine coming into existence or going out of existence, but rather every time slice is actual, and there's a different configuration of reality at each time slice. So the question of, well, how do we get to here? Well, here is always actual. It's just actual right here.
All right, let me because I feel like that doesn't really answer the question though of how you've managed to like traverse these events, like regardless of them being actual or not, you would still have to go through those events. You know what I mean? Like
there isn't the traversal in the sense that you're thinking.
Well, like, okay, because to clarify, B theory of time means like it's all happening at once or something.
No, it's different times, but all the times are actual. So presentism holds that past, present, and future, or that, you know, only the present is actual, the past is no longer actual, the future is not yet actual, and then new moments come into existence and old moments go out of existence. Whereas on the B theory of time, there is no coming into existence or going out of existence. Rather, there just is the things, like all the time slices just exist.
And how do you support that theory? That's kind of like counterintuitive, or not intuitive, I guess.
Yeah, sure. So we can motivate it like this. If the A theory is true, then all of your infinite regress paradoxes are true. So there couldn't be an infinite regress, but also there would need to be an infinite regress under A theory insofar as either God was always actualizing time, or, I mean, whatever produces time is either always actualizing time or it begins to actualize time. If it begins to actualize time, then it would undergo a change, which means it itself would be in time. So you would have time before time, a contradiction, which means like you can't have that. So time must have always existed under the A theory, but because there's you know, you can't have the infinite regress under A theory, that just leads to the conclusion that the B theory must be true.
Oh, fair enough, fair
actually, have you considered a third non-dichotomous theory of time?
Have you considered the growing block universe? No.
I guess I have one more question on this point, and I'm gonna apologize up front because I read this argument in a book a really long time ago, and a Christian friend of mine gave me the book, and I have yet to been able to like respond to it. one of the other points against an infinite regress was something along the lines of like entropy. Like there's some sort of issue with entropy and an infinite regress. Or I think that was the argument.
Yeah, I'll throw this over to Horseman number 2.
Oh yeah, that's me. Horseman number 2. Yeah, I mean, look, what I would say, and I know this is not going to be a satisfying answer, but merely what I would say is that if you're going to make an argument from entropy, you should be able to A, define it in the physics sense, not just in like some kind of colloquial lay sense, and B, you should be able to tell me what the second law of thermodynamics really says. Theists can't do that. I've never met a single one that can. And so they're kind of relying on like these truisms that they take, you know, some physicist said something once, and then they interpret that something in a way that is incorrect, and then they use that to make an argument in a way that doesn't hold. So I would just hesitate if anybody tries to make an argument from physics for, you know, why the universe can't have always existed. Just make sure that they can tell you, say, what entropy is and what the second law of thermodynamics is. Because otherwise, like, they're not going to be able to defend the position at all.
Yeah, fair enough. Do you think that if I were to study physics and like really grasp a true understanding of this, that their arguments would just kind of like, I'd be able to answer those arguments? Or is it, I guess what I'm trying to ask here is that, does that argument have any merit?
No, not if you ask. So yes, I mean, like, if you do a physics undergrad degree, you might buy their argument, and then you do a physics graduate degree, and then you become agnostic about it, and then you go do research in physics and you talk to cosmologists, and then you no longer buy their argument. So it's one of these things where at the surface it kind of makes sense, but as you go deeper, it makes less and less sense as you know more and more.
Got you. Because the way I remember entropy, and I'm sorry if I butcher this, it was like the tendency for things to like find the I can't remember it. It's something with energy. You might help me out here with
so the colloquial, not even colloquial, kind of a technical definition is that the entropy of a system is a measure of how many different microscopic states correspond to a given macroscopic state. Colloquially, this is akin to the entropy in some sense measures the amount of disorder that a system has.
Right, and it tends towards less or more disorder.
It tends towards more disorder in a closed system, meaning that the energy of that system is conserved and that matter cannot enter or leave that system. That, you know, there's a whole bunch of extra caveats that you have to include there. But this tendency to, you know, never decrease is a stochastic tendency, meaning that it's statistical. It's not something that necessarily happens. And it also has certain conditions that have to be satisfied before we can make that claim.
Oh, okay. And that's where you would debunk or refute the initial argument.
I mean, it fails on both counts. It's not clear that the universe is closed in the sense required, and also we don't have energy conservation in our universe.
All right. Well, that was my question. I appreciate you guys for you know, clearing some things up.
Yeah, you're welcome. Let's get rid of them. Be gone. We do have a guest on the other place. Do we want to bring them up from there, or would we prefer just to take the TikTok guests?
Wait 1 sec. Let me
Oh, where'd he go?
We lost Ian.
We did indeed lose Ian. Well, I'm going to read a super chat while we wait for Ian to come back. From Rowerja with the $6.66. Oh, this is for Ian. Hey, Ian, what college did you attend in California? Paul is retired from Cal Poly. Glad you knew San Luis Obispo. Robin Rinsler. I feel like we're just saying names. I don't know who any of these people are. Ian,
I know Robin and Paul.
Okay.
Oh wait, sorry. Fuck. Wait. Gosh. It's for me.
It is.
I attended SDSU.
SDSU?
San Diego State.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Based. What were you doing there?
What kind of a fucking question? Are you asking like what? Are you asking what degree? Are you asking like how I ended up there?
Why there? How'd you end up there?
It's my mom's alma mater.
Oh, doxed. Now I can go look up all of the people who have ever graduated from SDSU and find two people, one of whom is named Ian.
Yeah.
And one of whom is named Ian's mom.
Yeah, Ian's mom. First name Ian's, last name Mom.
From Philo Dragon, always good to see you. I've been working on my meta-ethics homework. Ian, is your position closer to Philip a Foot? I'm curious to know more. Appreciate you.
My meta-ethics position is probably closest to Christine Korsgaard, who reconstructs like kind of the Kantian position. My meta-ethics position specifically is called constructivism. I think a lot of meta-ethics turn morals into like a spooky thing if you're a moral realist. I think that a lot of these positions end up with like these spooky moral facts that are floating through the ether that you intuit with your magic, like platonic fact detecting moral intuition. And I think that that's like all obviously bullshit. But I think like Christine Korsgaard, like her account of it is pretty compelling, or at least I think she gets the framing exactly right, which is that you need to start with the question of where do our reasons for action come from? And of course, they come from the thing that we make ends in our lives, basically like our goals, broadly understood. You know, our goals are the things that give us reasons for action. So in order to arrive at like an objectivist ethic, you're going to need to find reasons that everybody has by arriving at like some sort of goal that everybody shares.
Okay, and we have one more from Scribs with the 2 Canuck bucks. What is a system in a purely material universe? I think that this is referring to the entropy thing. A system is just any arbitrary demarcation of stuff, perhaps even stuff, or non-material stuff. This could include like photons. You could include photons in your system. Often we want to talk about, say, the volume of a system. So we would ask how much space that stuff that we've demarcated occupies. We also might want to talk about things like the pressure of the system, in which case you need some way of measuring that. You know, these kinds of things, but it is a subjective thing. And by the way, the whole business of defining entropy to begin with is subjective, especially once you leave, or yeah, I want to say that it's subjective in the sense that it's not objective. It can be kind of unique and canonical, but consider the definition that I've offered, which is, you know, it's the number of different ways a microscopic state can correspond to a macroscopic state. But the way that you determine which states are macroscopic and which states are microscopic, that's a choice that you have to make. Now, there are good choices, but it is a choice. Anyway, we do have another guest. Let's bring them up from the Video Ninja room. I think that that's probably the appropriate thing to do. Reddex, how's it going? Looks like Reddex isn't here. If you're here, we cannot hear you. Unfortunately. Let me just double check what your audio settings are. You have no microphone selected. All right, I turned on your iPhone microphone. Can you give us a audio test? All right, well, feel free to come back when you are, you know, when you figured out how to make things work. Let's bring up another guest from TikTok. Let's talk to Tough, the truth keeps changing.com. Is that your website?
How's it going? It is my website. It's
no free clout. I'm kidding. I did it too.
It's free in the sense that I'm paying for it, but it's just a free book that I wrote. It's like my therapy, but it's a good book. You should read it. You'd probably disagree with a lot of it, I think.
Okay, so do you believe in a God, Tough?
I wouldn't say I believe in a God. I believe that like what people call God is what I call the universe, and that what everything is the universe dividing itself up in so that it has the ability to experience itself.
Sounds like that's consistent with atheism.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we would.
I don't see the. I always called myself, and I think this is a real term that I was not using in the real way, as a term I thought I made up. But I always called myself an apatheist in the sense of I don't think I'm supposed to be able to know from this realm where I stand right now. So I don't see the point of me trying to decide one way or the other whether I definitively do or don't believe.
Okay. But, you know, we are looking up for people who do believe, so we're going to let you go. All right, Reddex is back. So let's bring up Reddex.
A lot of people this morning trying to hold on to God-adjacent beliefs that aren't really God beliefs.
I know.
Can you hear me now?
Reddex, we can hear you.
Yay.
How's it going?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing okay. Reddex, do you believe in a God?
I think I have a weird outlook, hopefulness kind of thing. I used to be a practicing Christian for the majority of my life. My grandparents raised me. They were pastors, so grew up in church. Kind of deconstructed from that, and now have like a science. I guess you could say a science-based.
Are you guys
idea of
like
what
weird
God
noises?
Yeah, he's riveting. It's because his connection isn't good.
Okay.
So how do you guys feel about the simulation theory?
It's non-scientific and probably not defensible, is my view.
Okay, so if I guess then my weirdo position would be, hypothetically, since all of this God combo is kind of hypothetical, if the simulation theory was something that could be later proven, or that we found out through better understanding on the quantum level of physics and things like that, that we are actually in a simulation, would the creator of that simulation meet the standards or the qualifications of being a god?
I suspect not.
Why?
At least it wouldn't have to. I mean, just consider this. Imagine that at some point we're able to simulate like sentient beings. That doesn't mean that we're gods. God is not a relative term. God is in some sense, at least the way that it's used in the West, it is an absolute term. It refers to a specific kind of being that is responsible for all of reality, not just some part of reality.
So if we created a simulation where these sentient beings lived within it, and we had control of all that, would we meet the qualification of it then, or
no? Because we would only be responsible for some part of reality, not all of it.
Okay. Wow. Okay, that makes sense.
But look, Reddex, your audio connection really isn't great, and people are, including myself,
no
bothered
problem.
by it.
You answered my question. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. Take care. Yeah, it's like the... Oh, my name tag's missing. Yeah, I need my name tag. It's... Every time the ribbit happens, I just like want to vomit a little bit. Like, it's pretty bad.
All this
right, let's bring up
phobic rhetoric.
I know.
I thought you cared about amphibians and lizards after all this Australia bushfire talk.
Not amphibians, just lizards.
Fair enough.
The amphibians can go, you know, they can go burn in a fire for all I care. Let's bring up another guest from TikTok. Aaron?
Hello.
There's no way that's your voice with that picture.
I promise that's my voice.
Okay.
I promise.
Now I feel like I'm being ableist.
Cut his in, Bill, before we get him out of here.
No, I'm being honest. It's my
Aaron,
voice.
what year were you born?
1990.
Okay, and how old are you?
35.
Okay, could be true. All right, Aaron, do you believe in a god?
I do.
Do we? No.
No, he's clearly in Pampers still. Let's cut the child.
I just don't want to be ableist about it. Like, what if he has like a vocal cord disability? All right, let's bring up John.
Seems unlikely.
Let's be serious. Like, okay, there's like the risk that what you're saying is true, but come on, we're on TikTok Live.
Yeah,
true. Somebody said, "Is this a Muppet?" Employ the To Kill a Mockingbird strat. I haven't heard of this. Is this where you ask them who their favorite character was in To Kill a Mockingbird?
No, you ask them what's one major theme in To Kill a Mockingbird.
I don't know if I could answer that though. It was so long ago.
Bro, racism.
Well, I guess that's true, but is that like a theme or is that like a context?
I don't know. I think it's like racism bad is the theme of To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yeah, I guess maybe name a character in To Kill a Mockingbird is probably easier because everybody knows Atticus Finch. All right. Well, we do have a guest from YouTube, so why don't we bring up David?
Hey.
David, how's it going?
What's up?
Not a whole lot, brother. So, David, do you believe in a God?
Not really. I was raised Catholic, right? But I kind of have more of an idea for you guys to kind of explore a little bit, where it's like the utility or pragmatism of organized religion within a society. Not to say that it's always been right, like obviously, right? But for people who have issues with reasoning and formulating opinions on their own, religion has been very instrumental in policing morality.
I got to say, that's not a sterling endorsement of religion.
I'm not saying, hey, man, like I said, I'm not really a believer. I've just, I've had this kind of crawling at me for a while with, my internal debate on religion for years. And it's kind of the idea that there has been very pragmatic, useful reasons to have religion within society.
Indeed, it is quite useful to burn the people at the stake who wash their hands and don't get the Black Plague.
We don't disagree that
Very
there
useful.
are problems. Like, I'm with you. I'm 100% with you
but
on that.
It's not even. I'm not saying that. Oh, there are problems, but it's still pragmatic. There are pragmatic reasons to not have religion as well.
I agree with that too. I don't disagree that there are pragmatic reasons to not have religion as well. Because of all the problems that you readily state, the false accusations, the misappropriation of different moral fundamentals that maybe we don't all agree on. My thing is the average guy, and if you've met the average guy,
I feel like we have.
Indeed, we have. I'm sure you've had the average guy on here plenty of times. But that's disturbing fundamentally. And we should have religion, but there's something there in the human psyche that reaches for explanation and reaches for guidance.
Consider
you know
this.
What I mean?
I think
I think there's nothing wrong with that. I think religion's a bad place to put it too. But that's like where it's been for millennia. We've built religion, we invented God, and we did it to police ourselves. And I wonder how many people throughout the millennia have absolutely been non-believers, but been proponents of religion for this very reason, because it's pragmatic, because it's useful.
Okay. So here's something to consider. If you want to live the best life that you can live, then you're going to need to try to pursue truth in order to make the correct decisions in your life, in order to properly evaluate what's at stake in every decision that you make so that you can properly value the things around you and, properly assess on the basis of your goals what the right thing to do is. You need to be reality oriented. You need to be attempting to find truth. If you're not attempting to find truth, then there's something that's gone horribly wrong here. That's a pretty big problem with respect to, people just deciding to be religious because they're bad critical thinkers. I mean, if you do that, you're just seriously failing in terms of your obligations that you have towards yourself. You're not doing things that you ought to, and you're making your life substantially worse. There are select circumstances wherein I think it's totally fine to believe in a religion, but these scenarios are going to be few and far between. These are scenarios where people are like kidnapped and getting gang raped every day, and the only thing that they have is like a belief in God and that things like may get better one day. But for the rest of us, for those of us who aren't in a position like that, we need to be trying to pursue truth. And when you're not doing that, you're really fucking yourself over.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree that's the reason that religion should sort of be rejected. There's just some part of me that sees evolutionarily how this cropped up, and I just think there is some place for it, and there is some place where secular people have to intervene in the fantastical BS that keeps you. I think you get what I mean. I think religion is something we have to account for within society, the religious aspect of human nature, and not to poo-poo that idea that, yeah, we have throughout the past explained the unexplainable with God. We have replaced, the question mark where once was relativity, where once was evolutionary biology. We've replaced those question marks that we used to fill with God. We've replaced those with the correct answers for the most part. And I think you're right that pursuing truth is completely the most moral thing we can do as humans. However, I just think functioning societies, we have to study our past and not throw the baby out.
You can study the past without believing it.
I'm not saying religion's good. I'm not saying religion's ever been the best.
You can study the past without believing it.
Yeah.
Like I can learn about like the ancient Greeks without believing that Zeus lives on top of Mount Olympus and smites people with lightning bolts.
Right, and we reject that, and we reject that
right.
wholeheartedly.
So we can study the development of Christian society or Western whatever, but that doesn't mean that we have to believe.
You don't believe this
all
God,
of
so
that.
you believe that God. I get you.
No, what? Look, all I'm saying is that you can get. What is certainly the case is that in order for, say, the United States to function as it's been functioning, which is barely, but in order for it to function the way it's been functioning, you could delete Christianity, you could delete Islam, you could delete any sort of you could delete Judaism, you could delete any of these religions, you could just snap your fingers and make everybody non-religious, and everything would function exactly as it used to, except less people would be paying 10% of their income to go fund private jets for megapastors.
So I get what you mean from a structural standpoint, as things are laid out with like legislation and regulation. Like, yeah, you're right. Society would not fundamentally change, but I do actually kind of disagree in terms of, I mean, the technicalities of what you're saying. I mean, you wouldn't have Christmas. You wouldn't have these different market trends that are predictors.
Actually, no, that's not true. You could still have Christmas and still have non-believers. Plenty of people are non-believers but have Christmas. Like, plenty of people who are non-believers still do Christmas because it's fun.
But if you snapped your finger, well, we're talking in bullshit semantics. Like, I'm getting semantical with you, and that's not a good argument. It's not good faith. But I'm like, oh, if you snap your fingers and get rid of it, well, like I said, I'm not a big believer. There's just some part of me, and just there's this idea in my head, and you can say I'm wrong, and I accept that. But there's just some part of me that thinks that a belief in God is not fundamentally bad, and that people being religious is not fundamentally bad.
Do you think believing false things is fundamentally bad?
Are used.
Do you think believing false things is fundamentally bad?
No.
Oh.
Okay.
And is that true?
No, believing something, you can fool yourself for very good reasons. I used to be 370 pounds. Now I'm down to like 215. I gave myself false beliefs that I could X, Y, or Z certain weights. And guess what? Eventually I could. Like, yeah, there's reasons to lie to yourself.
False beliefs? Wait. How is it a false belief if you were able to do it?
Yeah.
I wasn't able to do it, and then I was.
Wait, did you try to lift the weight? Because if you tried to lift the weight and you couldn't lift the weight, that's really bad. You shouldn't have done that. That's like dangerous. Like, this is kind of the exact point, is that believing true things is good because otherwise you make bad decisions.
I think
you look like you're my age. That's how you slip a disc, buddy. You gotta be careful.
Lift the weight, and that makes it a dangerous lift. But that's also how societies have launched themselves forward, catapulted themselves forward. That's how ideas get made, is by people having this false, faking themselves out.
I don't think
believing in themselves.
That's not clear at all why like people having false beliefs somehow brings us forward. Surely people having false beliefs is what holds us back. It's when people develop new true beliefs that brings us forward. But look, David, we don't disagree. Either. We don't disagree on the merits, which is that there isn't a God. So, and we have plenty of people who want to talk about that. So I'm going to let you go. But thank you for being here. All right.
Yeah, please refrain from bringing shower thoughts, friends, if you can help it.
All right, let's bring up Broken Rune. We will read some super chats, but, only between actual conversations. Broken Rune, how's it going?
Hey, what up?
Not a whole lot. Broken Rune, do you believe in a god?
Yeah, I suppose.
And what religion are you, or if you have a religion?
I'm not religious. I'm just like, I believe in a higher power. I don't go to church. I don't read the Bible. I couldn't tell you a single script from the Bible or any religion for that matter.
Why do you believe in one higher power?
I think if you just take mushrooms and go hiking with a girl you love and then you fuck her in the middle of the woods, you'll believe in God. And that's it. That's really
You know what? You might be right. He might be right.
Well, this guy's obviously not a theist then, because I have doubts that a woman's going to let herself get banged by this guy in the middle of the woods.
I mean, on mushrooms, maybe.
Yeah. Hide your sisters, y'all.
All right. Well, we have a guest named A.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, yeah. The last thing the world wants is a bunch of whitey men telling us what to do. And he also mentioned babies, and I wouldn't be surprised with your whitey privilege. You're in the
Whoa, let's just calm down there.
You're probably in the Epstein files.
Whoa, there's no need to get upset. Whoa, you should just calm down there.
Crazy.
If I were in the Epstein files, I would be there as a victim because this all happened when I was 13. Just calm down there. You're embarrassing yourself.
Imagine using the phrase whitey, instead of just being a normal person and saying white, because that's the word that you're trying to abbreviate.
Speaking of the Epstein files, how old was Aisha when Muhammad raped her?
You keep muting me.
Nobody's muting you.
You couldn't even let me finish, could you?
I was muting her.
Yes, they are.
Wait, how did you mute her?
Spoke over me. I couldn't
TikTok.
finish. I mean, that says it all. It's an echo chamber.
Yeah. Wait,
Echo chamber.
Hey, I got a quick question. How old was Aisha?
At least one sentence.
Just answer the question, please.
Do you think that's going to be possible?
Yeah, I do. Answer the question. I think that's infinitely more productive. Okay, so you're committed to dodging. A is a bunch of atoms arranged to dodge wise, it seems.
Okay, so you're censoring speech. Right, got it.
You're censoring speech. You won't let me yap and ramble. You're censoring speech. Gosh, you're so transphobic. I'm non-binary.
I wasn't done talking. You spoke over me.
Yeah, I'm probably going to keep on doing so.
Yeah, hey, you should not talk over non-binary folks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your white.
This is just like how non-binary folks get silenced. This is just your cisgender privilege. The fact that you're steamrolling non-binary voices, not even allowing them to speak on the issues that primarily affect them. Issues like child rape that overwhelmingly affects non-binary people. You're not even willing to engage.
Over the world.
You're being transphobic. You're diverting to some other identity to avoid accountability for your transphobia. I can't believe you're being so non-binary phobic. Non-binary people are murdered every single day. Trans people are murdered at a hugely high rate, and you're contributing to this with your silencing of this one non-binary person right this second. I can't believe how transphobic you're being.
Okay, you're a transphobe, misogynist, homophobe, and a racist.
No, I'm trans.
That's what you are.
Who are all of us because we exist?
Can I finish my sentence?
This is your microaggressions against disabled people are disgusting.
Your microaggressions against Jewish people are disgusting.
at least 2 and probably 3 autistic individuals on this panel for the way that we talk, I think that that's really disgusting ableism. I think that you really need to check yourself and check your ableism, especially because like the harms of things like racism often draw on tropes of ableism as casting people as being like disabled and not disabled. Being like capable, less capable, and more capable of things that
imagine having the accent of the colonizer.
The ableism that you're currently contributing to is a huge driver of violence against people in all sorts of different minority groups. You know, this is so problematic. I'm gonna post about this on Twitter.
I can't finish the sentence.
Imagine being from a global majority.
You know what? The world's
Imagine being from a global majority and talking down to us global minorities.
Yeah, only one of us came in to crash out and cry. And
this is what whitey men do.
3 of us aren't that one, that's for sure.
The world has had enough of whitey men telling us what to do and what to think.
By the way, this is exactly what college debate is like. You know, it's like leveraging like different identities against each other.
Oh, cringe.
So
yeah, my disabled oppression outweighs my opponent's, you know, gay oppression, and for that reason, Judge, you should vote for us.
I'm more minoritized than you are. You're from a population that makes up at least 10% of the world's population.
Wow. Oh wow! A whitey man is telling me.
Oh no, I'm Jewish.
Minority. You're literally
no, I'm Jewish.
A colonizer.
Wait, sorry. Do you think that being trans is a minority? Is being trans a minority? Is being trans a minority? Oh my gosh, more tears. Stop fucking crying. Wah, wah, wah. Do you want to actually engage in the argument? Do you think that trans people are a minority?
I've got some advice for you. Shut your mouth. The world's had enough of listening to white men.
What an ableist microaggression. You know, saying shut your mouth.
Ableist, transphobic, anti-Semitic microaggression.
Yeah, this is like silencing trans people, silencing disabled people. It's disgusting.
Yeah?
I can't believe you'd do that. I can't believe you'd be so transphobic and so ableist. You know, the only 13-year-olds that are in the Epstein files are the victims, which is how old I would have to be in the Epstein files. So this is victim shaming, actually. This is like a disgusting piece of victim shaming right now. I can't believe that you would contribute to structures of trans misogyny. You know, you're responsible for the deaths of like trans people with your transphobic rhetoric. You know, you've contributed to fantastic terrorism, you know, infinite violence. You know, I can't believe you wouldn't check your privilege on this. You're responsible for the death of like trans people every single day with your rampant transphobia. You need to check your transphobia and your ableism. You need to I don't know, maybe like sign up for like an answering the question. No, you're not. Then you've been speaking over trans voices this entire time. Pipe the fuck down. You keep on speaking over a trans voice.
You're a racist talking over. You're a misogynist talking
over.
Whoa,
you're still talking over trans voices. Still speaking
Somebody
over
from the
trans
Muslim
voices.
religion talking about misogyny and colonizing. Did you not realize how you guys colonized like nearly the entire northern part of Africa and like a huge swath of what we would refer to as the Middle East and even like Eastern Europe? Do you think that just happened by accident?
Asia.
Your country has gone around unaliving Muslims around the world. You're whitey people. You've colonized most of the planet, and here you are telling us what we should and shouldn't do.
I have no idea.
Come on,
I'm just gonna double check
why this has anything to do with God.
I have to double check. Hey, what passport do you hold?
Your whitey privilege won't allow you to double check.
So I hold an American passport. It sounds like you hold a British passport. Yes. So I'm sorry. Which is your country?
Yes,
Which is your country?
Born in the UK because
you know, England, famously the most famous colony.
Yeah, and you know, I'm of Irish descent, and do you know about Irish history? You know, my people were colonized too. We were colonized by the British. You know, it's the people. The British used to tell us. They used to tell us just put the spud in the bonnet, and you know that's the sort of oppression that us Irish folk had to deal with for generations. You know, getting colonized by the British. You know, your inability to actually recognize the nuances of colonialism and the way that it affects like various different groups. You know, some white people were colonized, like the Irish, for example.
Yeah.
You disagree? You don't think that's true?
Look at your,
You don't think that's true? You don't think it's true that the Irish were colonized? Oh boy,
man,
this is like, unironically, this is like the level of understanding that woke schools have of colonialism. They don't know like basic facts about colonialism. They don't know things like, for example, you know, the potato famine that was caused by the appropriation of potatoes, like the forcing of like sending like tons and tons of crops to the English. You know, the Irish were indeed colonized.
All right, Gov. We're allowed to be like
racist colonizers.
British phobic, right?
Maybe if she says it 20 more times, it'll have more impact.
Like we're allowed to make fun of British people for their accent.
We need 7 more.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I would imagine so, the colonizers.
It seems like if there's going to be one American pastime, it's going to be making fun of British accents. And you can't even get mad because it's not like they're not colonizers. The Brits.
How is she not a colonizer? Like, if merely being born in the country that did the colonizing makes you a colonizer, then that means she's a colonizer too. She's not very astute with like basic definitions, at least the way she's applying them.
Well,
yeah,
that was fun.
I mean, that's like the, I don't know, man. It's just like I guess I will get political. You know, I just think that people like this need to be excised from progressive movements. These people are a cancer. They don't want to do anything productive. They want to, I don't know, create like insane divisions. It's also not rooted in any literature. It's rooted in like rhetoric. It's all bullshit. And I mean, like, there's like very real discussions to have about like the history and ongoing like atrocities of colonialism, very real discussions, very real atrocities, very real problems to deal with. But these people don't care about that. They just want to like hold power over somebody else. They want to wield it as like a bludgeon, as opposed to like some sort of method of actually, you know, colonialism and decolonization is not a metaphor. It's not about like, I don't know, like decolonizing like your like epistemology. It's about like real, genuine material change for individuals, like colonized individuals. And these people don't know that because they haven't actually engaged with literature. I don't know. You shouldn't take these people seriously. They deserve no voice in any sort of progressive movement.
Especially if they're British.
True.
All right, let's read some super chats first, actually. From Squirrel Knitter, with the $5, raised Roman Catholic. It was my mom, not the church, that taught me morals. I feel like that's true for a lot of people, actually. Most people, I feel like, learn their morals from their parents, and especially often from their mom, especially in older, more traditional societies where the mom is more present. From Dr. Pizza MD with the $5, all the ops are at church brunch. No. Okay, one more time. All the ops are at after church brunch, tipping poorly and being rude to the waitstaff. Give them 45 minutes. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
From Dr. Fudge with the $10. Wow, this argument is so great and cool. It motivated me to go do my laundry instead. Yeah, I need to do laundry today. From Momo Guy Pan with the $200.
Whoa.
Might be our largest super chat
Holy
yet,
shit.
actually.
Holy shit.
So huge W for Momo. Let's get like, I don't know, 1,000 Ws in the chat, probably. Justin, not God adjacent, just a Christian who knows the difference between faith and facts and isn't afraid to question either. Do you understand that, Justin?
Not really. So God adjacent basically refers to somebody who thinks they're part of a religion, but they're not really part of like the religion, or like they're part of a God belief system, but they're not. Like, we would say something akin to like simulation isn't really necessarily a God concept. It's like God adjacent. It's not required to have a God to have it. So that's like something that's like Hare Krishna might be like Christian adjacent. It's like like a form of weird Christianity that doesn't conform to the actual rules of Christianity. So Momo, I think what you're saying is, Justin, my phrase "not God adjacent" isn't applicable because you're a Christian who just knows the difference between faith and facts, and isn't afraid to question either. I don't know who you're referring to. I literally spent my entire life questioning religion, which is why I'm in the position I'm at now.
I think they might be referring to themselves, that they're a Christian, but they're willing to,
right, that's what I'm thinking.
Question things. Which, you know, if you're going to be a Christian, at least that's the best kind of Christian you can be, in my view.
Sure. I mean, that obviously seems to be the case. But I think there are parameters about what is and isn't a Christian. I think they're fairly loose. But like, you do have to at least like believe the core concepts of Christianity. You can't just kind of claim that you're a Christian because the word Christ was invoked.
Yeah, I think that you probably need to say something like you affirm that Jesus rose from the dead and that he is divine in one way or another, right? That's probably bare minimum
Basically.
Christianity. Well, we have some other super chats, and then we'll bring up our next guest. From Dr. Pizza MD, again with the $2. She's a colonizer. I can tell by her accent. Yeah, look, if you're going to accuse us of being colonizers because we're Americans and, you know, we're at least, you know, white or white adjacent, then I think just like having a British passport is probably the biggest condemnation about you, right? Because the British were like prolific colonizers.
Also, I don't know, fellas, is it like decolonialist activism to say actually you can't criticize religions?
Yeah, it seems kind of lame.
Yeah, I don't know. It takes like a real issue that has like lots of literature and like lots of like real deal things to do. I don't know, like real deal like reparations to be paid, etc. Material conditions to be changed, and then turning it into like a bludgeon to stop discussions about whether or not your religion says things that are acceptable.
Okay, actually, hold on. I need to get clarification from the resident wokey Ian. Am I cringe for calling somebody lame for saying YT instead of just white in a conversation?
I don't know, man. I don't even know like why people would choose to do that.
Like, I can see why people might do it in the comments if they think that like a certain word is going to be censored, but this isn't like the comments.
Yeah. I have no idea.
From the Rabid
like
Squirrel Sage
from like 2023, it's not really necessary anymore.
Yeah. The AI that runs the censorship bot isn't going to get confused by you writing out the letters YT. From the Rabid Squirrel Sage with the $2, all hail the emissary of the lava lamp. Indeed, hail the emissary of the lava lamp. From Fancy Zling with the $10, the pragmatic case for faith seems self-defeating. It feels like they're saying that false beliefs are possibly useful even though they are not responsive to reality. Probably a formal contradiction there. I don't know if there's a formal contradiction because if you, I mean, especially if you hold, if your epistemology is like a practical one, right?
So
that's the thing that
maybe
people
what
do,
you want
right?
to say about like, okay. I mean, your theory of truth leads you to believing things that aren't true. It kind of seems to be the problem. It doesn't seem like it could be a theory of truth if it's like categorically endorsing things as true that aren't.
From Based Asherah with the $2, can we bring Britbonger back as a pejorative? I think we should. Also, we need to start censoring British. You censor the I.
British.
That's the appropriate way to do it. Yeah, it's British. You can also censor the T if you wish, but it's a little bit more confusing that way. And from Miko Makapo with the £2, we are Magba. Make America Great Britain again. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. Do we really want that? Maybe. But we do have a guest on from YouTube. So let's talk to Ruby. Ruby, how's it going?
Not bad. Sorry. Let me just finish what's in my mouth. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, we can. Ruby, do you believe in a god?
Yeah.
Cool. What's up, guys? Do I believe in God?
Yeah, of one kind or another.
Yeah, I believe in the Christian God.
Okay. You want to give us the reason why we should?
Yeah, for sure. So I'll just say this. I definitely can't I can't prove to you that my God is real, and I can't convince you my God is real, but I think that I can convince you to trust my God the most out of all of the gods claiming to be God, if that would interest you.
Oh boy.
Justin, how do you feel about that?
I mean, I think it's fun. Ruby, you and I have talked a number of times. I think you know where this is going to end up, but I'm more than happy to entertain why your God should be more trusted than, say, I don't know, Marduk.
Yeah, we have spoken a couple times. I think your major pushback is going to be that you can't really trust Christianity over Judaism.
But I didn't say Judaism.
No, but well, from our past conversations, that's what I'm gleaning you're going to get at.
I actually trust Judaism more, just from like a pure logical standpoint. Like those are my only two choices. But obviously we have more than two choices.
Yeah, for sure. But I would start off with like the two major ones, which is like Islam versus Christianity. I would tell you that you could probably. Sorry, what? Did you want to jump in there?
What are we talking about? Trust or preference? Because I would obviously, when it comes to the historical documents, I would trust that the Quran was better preserved. I would trust that they go back closer to the original source. Do I like the religion? No. Do I believe the religion somehow is like more true in Muhammad being divine or from God? No. But I don't know what you mean by trust. How are we defining this?
Yeah, so trust would just be that the things that they're saying are true.
Oh, well, then I would obviously that they're true, or they believe that they're true.
No, that they're true.
Oh, well, then neither one of them. They're both equally false. They're both goons.
Okay, so let's start with something simple that we could probably all agree on, which is the crucifixion of Christ.
But Jesus, what evidence do we have that Jesus said anything about his crucifixion other than what people said he said after he was crucified?
But that's the claim that's being made in the Bible. That's what I'm trying to prove to you, is like the claim is being made in the Bible from that God. We can trust that more than the claims from the ones from other gods.
Well, I don't think so. Why would I trust
the claim that's written after his crucifixion more than the claims of Muhammad?
Well, Muhammad is also speaking about Jesus. So why would you trust someone who comes 600 years after the people writing that?
Somebody coming after Jesus isn't quite relevant, right? I'm asking you about if the Bible was corrupted and Muhammad was right, then that means the full and uncorrupted revelation is obviously in the Quran.
Yes, that would make sense. But even that would leave problems for Islam, not for Christianity. Because there isn't a full explanation in the Quran about why, say, the followers of Christ claim to have seen him resurrected after.
Well, they don't. They're not concerned with that. And also, the followers of Christ didn't give us that testimony. Like, you're assuming that what the Bible says about them is true again. But according to Islam, the Bible has been corrupted, so that's an irrelevant question.
I don't think we're really dealing with everything honestly right now.
Like what? What did you list other than the Bible says so?
Yeah, the Bible says that Christ was crucified, and historically we know that Christ was.
Right, and the Quran says that he wasn't. Historically, the Quran is true too.
Well, how would that be possible? How could the Quran be true in saying that he wasn't crucified when we know historically he was?
Well, we don't know historically he was. We know historically that people believed he was. So if the Quran is true, or some of the other theories are true, he wasn't fully dead. Somebody that looked like him was crucified. They took him off the cross prior to his actual death. He was revived in the tomb. There's like a dozen theories about why he wasn't actually crucified once you leave Christianity.
And so great, exactly. So then you would expect to find an alternative explanation for what happened within the Quran, for why, say, someone would have come.
They have one.
But they don't explain why people thought that he was resurrected after his death. They don't.
But again, he didn't die. That's why. So if someone says they're going away and then they don't go away, but they believe that it went away. This is what Zalmoxis did. Zalmoxis said he was going to die and come back, and he literally just left. He pretended he died. People thought he was dead, and then he just left the region, and then he came back 3 years later. You don't have, like, you can believe that somebody died and came back from the dead without actually having evidence that they died and came back from the dead.
Right. So that's exactly the point that I'm making. So he didn't die in Islam. He did not die, right? So he was just raised to heaven or whatever. But then,
well, no, they don't believe he was raised to heaven.
It says they raised him up to him.
Not not until the end of his time on earth. It wasn't like they put him on the cross and then he immediately went to heaven.
What do you mean not until the end of his time on earth? Because they believe
the Quran doesn't say they put him on a cross and then he just rose up to heaven from the cross.
They believe his soul was saved by being raised up to him, being raised up to God.
Yes, at the end of his time on the planet, but that wasn't at the crucifixion event.
What was that for? Are you saying that was 40 days after his crucifixion or his resurrection?
Like, I don't even know if they give a certain number of days. What I'm saying is the Quran doesn't say that Jesus was put on the cross and then immediately went up to heaven from the cross.
Right, exactly. The fact that they're not giving you an explanation is why I am making the argument that you can trust what the Christian will say.
You
The
don't need
Christian
an
Bible is saying
explanation.
more.
You
Why
don't
do
need
not
an explanation for an event that didn't
historical
happen.
facts? What are you talking about?
Did Muhammad split the moon in two?
This is completely different than.
It's not completely different. Did Muhammad split the moon in two? Because unless you have an alternative explanation, it must mean it's true.
He could have done something that made the moon split in two.
Okay, well then Islam is true. Great, love to hear it.
No, because Deuteronomy 13 says that false prophets will come and do signs and miracles, and if
that was Jesus. Jesus is the false prophet.
Okay, sure. You could. That's fine. You could attribute it to that, but I'm just making the claim. Again, you don't have to believe it. I'm just saying it's possible.
Well, if we're just asking what's more trustworthy.
Yeah, I'm saying it's possible Muhammad did a miracle. That's very possible. That's fine. That's not addressing the issue that I'm talking about with the resurrection specifically.
I don't know. What's the evidence that there was a resurrection? Because all you've got is the Bible says so.
Right.
But the other holy book, the Quran, says no.
There is no definitive evidence of a resurrection, but the followers reported it. And if the followers reported
according to what? According to what?
According to the Bible.
Oh yeah, according to the Bible.
To
so we're back at the Bible, but the Bible's corrupted.
Well, like historians also did.
Ruby, you don't understand the solution. I've already given it to you. In Islam, they teach that the Bible and the Gospels, the whole thing, they're corrupted, right? The stories in them aren't necessarily true. So what that means,
it's history.
History doesn't teach us that. No, it doesn't.
The history does not.
We don't.
The followers of Christ
those followers didn't write us anything.
Resurrected.
We have nothing about it. The followers. We only have second and third hand accounts. We've got maybe a mention by Eusebius in book 18. We've got another mention of James by not Eusebius. I mean Josephus. Eusebius obviously mentions them, but he's a 4th century church historian that is just telling us his thoughts from hundreds of years later. We don't have any contemporary accounts of what these disciples said or what they did.
Paul didn't say anything.
Paul said next to nothing other than in 1 Corinthians 15, he says what was handed to him was this particular recitation of what they believed happened to Jesus. But again, Paul wasn't there. Paul didn't know Jesus. Paul's accounts disagree with the gospel accounts on many occasions. So it's another mix-up of he said this and he said that. Can we agree that there were disciples that believed that he was raised from the dead? Sure. That's meaningless to me as to whether or not he was raised from the dead. Lots of people believed that others had been raised from the dead.
Okay, so just to be clear, you don't think historically Jesus, the disciples of Christ thought that he was raised from the dead?
Didn't say that. What I'm saying is if we're using the Quran as a source and we're just saying, hey, listen, the situation here is that the Bible's been corrupted. What that means is Paul's testimony doesn't mean anything anymore. If your position is already that the Bible isn't true and the Bible has been corrupted, then it doesn't matter what Paul thinks. It doesn't matter what these people wrote. The Bible itself is corrupted. You can't use it as a source anymore.
Yeah, that's the Quranic stance, but we're not comparing it just to the Bible. We're comparing it to history as well. You just said historically, you would not say historically speaking.
We have no historical records from the disciples or Paul that are outside the Bible.
I don't feel like you're being honest right now. You don't.
Give me one. So just historically speaking, give me one historical writing from any of the disciples
that he was resurrected or not.
Give me one historical record from the disciples outside of the Bible.
Can one of the other people jump in? Can I get some input from them?
No.
Why did things not go well? Did things not go well with Justin? What's the problem?
No, because I don't think he's being honest about the fact that the disciples thought that he was resurrected historically.
Again, they didn't leave us anything.
They didn't leave us with anything? Like the Gospels
What did the disciples leave us? Again, the starting point is that the Bible is corrupted. You can't use it as a source. In Islam,
you're saying,
the Bible is corrupted. So what that means
talking about everything.
is that you can't use the Bible as the main source.
But I'm not just
again,
using
if it's everything, then show me something outside of the Bible that validates these people's belief systems. What did the disciples leave for us?
But you're using, like, you're saying, show me something outside of the Bible, and then saying, show me what the disciples left us with. Well, what the disciples left us with
said historical.
in the Bible.
Well, again, Islam starts with the starting point that the Bible's corrupted. So what that means is if Islam is true, then it means the Bible's not true. That's the starting point. So if you're a Muslim, your starting point is, I don't care what the Bible says. The Bible's not all true. It's been corrupted. So that means using the Bible as your historical source is out the window. You need something else.
Okay, and you're saying there's no historical source outside of the Bible that says that the disciples of Jesus saw him resurrected or believe that he was resurrected.
I didn't say that. Nope, didn't say that at all. What I said is not one of the disciples ever mentioned anything. They didn't write anything for us. They didn't leave us any testimony. All we have is people who come later claiming to have heard something from somebody and then, somehow loosely maybe tying it to one of the disciples pretty haphazardly.
Which doesn't really feel like there's anywhere to go in this discussion then. Because if we can't even agree agree that historically the disciples of Christ saw him resurrected, then what do we like? I don't think we're engaging honestly. To say that it just doesn't feel honest.
Your lack of evidence isn't my problem. If you're in Islam, that's a problem for you. Like if I'm debating as a Muslim, your inability to show me anything that the disciples left for us tangibly is your problem, not mine. Like it's crazy that you force me at this point to debate in the place of a Muslim, and it's not even that hard. Like that's how poor the evidence for Christianity is. I could literally take the Muslim position and just defeat the Christian position.
Okay, well then I guess we'll just end it there then. I mean, it doesn't really I don't really see a point in going forward. If we can agree that the apostles thought that Christ was crucified historically, if we can agree even on something so basic
what evidence is there?
Bro, I don't have a source on hand that I can give you, but I thought this was just an agreed upon thing in history. I didn't realize this was something that I was going to have to prove. I thought everyone accepted that the disciples.
It's certainly not agreed upon by Muslims, right?
Was Muslims think that but they know that he was, like, they would agree that the Injil was a previous revelation. They just believe it was corrupted. So they would think that. So they would think that, but why are we using their standard as like? I'm not understanding why we're using
because your view.
You said it.
Your view is that Christianity is more believable than any other, religious tradition. Which means
I'm saying it's more trustworthy. I'm saying what the Bible is saying is more trustworthy than what the other religion is saying. So the example that I was setting up was right. So the example that I'm setting up is that Christ was crucified. Right. The Quran claims that that Christ was not crucified. It was only made to appear that he was crucified. I'm saying, just based on that alone, if the Bible is saying that he actually was crucified, that is more trustworthy than someone saying that he wasn't crucified. It was only made to appear.
Why is it more trustworthy?
Because we believe that historically, we believe,
because you believe it
beyond a reasonable doubt that he was crucified.
What's the evidence?
I thought this was certain evidence. I thought we knew that historically. I didn't realize this was something that had to be debated. Do you believe that Jesus was crucified or not?
The evidence is that crucifixion is not a particularly unusual thing to happen to, victims of Roman oppression, right? And there were a lot of people who wrote about this.
Yeah.
Which leads us to, reasonably conclude that Jesus would have been crucified. However, if it's not true that a lot of people wrote about it, if the things that we think a lot of people wrote is actually corrupted text, then the only evidence that we have is that Romans crucified people, but that doesn't give us evidence that Romans crucified Jesus.
Wait, sorry. Can you just repeat that? I didn't really...
Right, so if you take the view of the Muslim, namely that the text itself is corrupted, then there is no piece of evidence that gets us to the conclusion that Jesus was crucified. Like, what other thing is there that attests to the crucifixion besides the Bible?
Like, yeah, Josephus didn't write anything, like Tacitus, Pliny. None of them have.
So Justin, you'd have to correct me. I don't think Josephus actually mentioned that Jesus was crucified. Did he?
So it depends. We don't really know what Josephus said about Jesus because the part that we have has been hopelessly corrupted. It doesn't seem to be original to the actual manuscripts, and they don't even match his form of writing.
You're talking about the
writing analysis on that section.
Yeah, you're talking about the part that's like obviously not a forgery, but obviously like was added in. But like, what about the part that we know that's genuinely Josephus?
Yeah. In like genuine Josephus writings, we don't really know about the crucifixion. We know a little bit about his followers. We know that James was martyred, but I don't think we have a stone.
Does it say what he was martyred for, or does it not matter? Like, let's say even if he was martyred for preaching the resurrection, that wouldn't matter in this case. Is that what you're saying?
So he was delivered to be stoned, according to Josephus. So if you go to book 20 in Josephus, you'll find how James was killed. And it doesn't say anything about his crucifixion. What it says is, and it's not even clear that it's the same James, it says Festus, who was now dead, and Albanius was but upon the road. So he summoned and brought before them the brother of Jesus, who was called Christ, whose name was James, some others, I didn't name who, and then he had formed an accusation against them as breakers of the law and delivered them to be stoned. It didn't say anything about his crucifixion. It says they're breakers of the law.
Okay. And what about like Paul? We know he died. Do we like?
Well,
again,
we don't have anything from Paul outside the Bible.
Okay. But like we know
we have writings about Paul like way later.
Yeah, but can we prove that he died for preaching like about God, and would that help us in any way or no?
I don't know if it would. Like, even if we say Paul died, he didn't see the resurrection or the crucifixion.
He claimed to. He claimed to see the resurrected
Where?
Christ. In the Bible, yeah, fair enough.
Is the Bible corrupted? Because if you're Islam, yes, his Bible's corrupted.
Okay.
See, that's the funny part
this is okay. Look. This is okay. This is actually good. This is fun. This is actually another point. We could use this. So the claim that the Bible is corrupted historically, do we see that to be the case?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
In the sense that they're describing where there's these major additions and like changes in theology.
Yeah.
Really? Like where? Oh, okay. Okay. In
like the 16th chapter of Mark, like 3/4 of it was added hundreds of years later.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's one.
But actually,
I agree with that. The end of Mark, I'll say the adulterous story, the woman of the adulterous woman in John.
Yeah, like 1 John 5:7 comes like 1,000 years later.
Yeah, I agree with you. But this is like they're talking about total corruption to the point where like Muhammad was removed from it. Like the Quran says that Muhammad could be found
chapter 14. I can keep going. 1 Corinthians chapter 14, there's a passage about women from Paul where he's correcting them on church behavior. That doesn't show up till many hundreds of years later either.
Again, that's fine.
John chapter 8, the story of the woman caught in adultery. That story doesn't show up in any early manuscripts. That's added hundreds of years later.
These are small though. That's just small.
I keep going. How many do you want?
Well, I want you to do it to the level that the Quran claims it's corrupted.
If there's so many that we know about, how many are there that we don't know about?
The Quran tells you like look, the Quran says that he wasn't crucified. It says that Jesus never claimed to be God. It says that there was no resurrection. So anything that you find relating to a resurrection would automatically be discounted. Anything but a crucifixion
you can't resurrect if you never died.
Discounted. Right, exactly. So anything predicting a crucifixion would be an addition. So the 3 times in all 3 synoptics where he's predicting his death, all those would be additions. No, but if you're agreeing with the Muslim position, these would have to be additions because those are things that they say are additions.
I think you're confused. When they say that it's corrupted, they're not saying that the entirety of the Bible had an original standpoint and then it got changed. So the position within Islam is that the Hebrew Bible obviously predated Jesus and that had been corrupted over many centuries, and the New Testament is mostly fabrication.
Sorry, say that again. What?
The New Testament in Islam, it says that the New Testament isn't just a corrupted text, although they do believe that. They also believe that a lot of it's just fabricated.
Okay.
So like they talk about well, the position is if it's true that the New Testament is fabricated, and it certainly seems to be the case, then there's really no good reason to believe it.
Okay, but then so here's another thing. They believe that Jesus was the Messiah, right? Islam.
Well, they think he was the Messiah only to the Jews. They don't really believe he was like the Messiah for all people.
But they believe he was a prophet.
Sure, yeah, they do believe that.
Yeah, and they believe he brought the gospel.
Yeah, a sense of the gospel, although they would say obviously that it was corrupted.
And so do we see historically the gospel of Jesus Christ being corrupted to the level of fabrication that you're just referring to, that it would be a complete fabrication? Like this is
I didn't say complete fabrication. It's weird that you keep putting that on me.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to. Don't take it so offensively. I'm sorry. I understand.
What percentage of a book needs to be fabricated? What percentage of a book needs to be fabricated before you can say, hey, maybe this isn't from God?
The foundation, whatever. It could be, if it's 5%, whatever the base claims are within that book.
What if it's 20%?
What if it's 20% of the book that's fabricated?
Yeah, if the Bible is 20% fabricated, should we still trust it?
If you have, well, it depends on what you mean. Like, are you fabricating like stories that are like central to it, or are you making up like stories like, okay, so.
Well, you don't know. You don't know which parts. Just say 20% of it is randomly fabricated. Should we still trust it?
If 20% of a book is randomly fabricated, no. If you can't tell, which is obviously not if you can't tell, but if you can tell, then you have 20%.
Well, that's the problem, is we have no original manuscripts, so you'll never be able to tell. The fact that we have no originals means we have no way of knowing what parts actually been adjusted unless we find adjustments later on in multiple other manuscripts. So we have no idea what's in the originals, which means the ones that we do have, we have no idea if they match the originals. So we don't have a percentage on what's been made up or what's been changed. We have guesses.
Okay, so then you just throw out the entire Old Testament as well, because we don't have any original manuscripts.
Again, when it comes to like corruption of knowing what was corrupted, yeah, without original manuscripts, you'll never know what percentage was actually corrupted. But as it turns out, the good news is that if you want to know if the New Testament is true, all you have to do is compare it to the Old Testament. And as it turns out, the New Testament is a giant contradiction of the Old Testament, which means even if I'm not a Muslim, I have no reason to trust the Christian message, because the Christian message contradicts its own self.
Using your own standard, I could just say, oh, well, the Old Testament, we don't have original manuscripts, so, it could have been corrupted, and that's why you don't see it lining up with Christianity perfectly. Like, I don't feel like that's a very good argument, because we have, I would go from the Dead Sea Scrolls.
That means Jesus was wrong, Ruby. If the Old Testament's corrupted and not to be trusted, that means Jesus was wrong. The New Testament paints a picture of Jesus saying that the Hebrew Bible is in fact authoritative and that you need to obey all of the commands of Moses. In fact, he says not a word will pass away from them.
I agree. I was just playing the game that you were playing, but I agree with what you're saying. And I think the Old Testament
it's an internal critique.
It's an internal
So
critique.
if Jesus's words are true, then you can't say, well, the Old Testament is corrupted. But in my worldview, if the Old Testament's a bunch of nonsense, then the New Testament by definition is nonsense too, because it's based on the Old Testament.
I agree, but look, I just don't think we see evidence of like the books being corrupted. Like you say, oh, we don't have original manuscripts, but we have the earliest manuscripts, and the earliest manuscripts don't change from the time that we have them until
what do you think the earliest manuscripts are?
We have like 60 AD for Mark, and then like 70 for Matthew.
We don't have a manuscript from 60 AD. We have not a single manuscript from Mark that goes anywhere near 60 AD.
Is it not? Are you sure?
That's when it's estimated to have been written.
Yeah, positive. Yeah, Mark was estimated to be written just after fall of the temple. Our earliest manuscript is P52. That's like a post-it note size document that's got a little bit of John in it. And that comes from the 2nd century.
Oh, it's thought to be written at that time, but that's not the earliest manuscript we have. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
What I'm saying is the earliest evidence
My,
that we
my
have.
apologies. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I thought we had the okay.
So
I'm actually curious.
P52 is typically dated. Oh, what's that, bud?
Well, I'm actually curious. Like, how do you go to Okay, so clearly we've had this discussion now for 20 minutes or something like this about why you think that Christianity is more to be trusted than Islam, and maybe it's gone nowhere. How do you how do you rule out like some version of Hinduism or Judaism or Shintoism or some Buddhism metaphysics or something like that?
Yeah, for sure. So I went through those paths like early on in my like I guess in my spiritual journey, and they're just more ways of life. I found they're more like ways of life and living than they are dealing with things in reality that I believe genuinely happen. Like in the Abrahamic faiths, you're talking about the actual history of the Jewish people and how
mean, there's a history. There's a whole history involved with Hinduism, right?
Yeah, Hinduism famously unrelated to the history of certain people groups.
No, that's fine, but I just found it to be like so. In Christianity, you get like the well, we'll start with Judaism. You get the history of the Jewish people, and then Christianity expands that into the covenant becoming for all people.
But why
like
would that make it more
everyone.
likely to be true comparing Judaism and
Oh
Christianity?
no,
Why
I'm
would
just saying
Christianity be
it's
more likely to be true?
I'm saying it's dealing with the reality of us as a people, like where we came from. I don't know if Hinduism does that. I don't know if Buddhism does that. I didn't get into
thought
them
you
as
looked into
in-depth
it.
as I did. Yeah, I didn't get into them as in-depth as dude. For me, Buddhism was more like I was dropping acid and wearing parachute pants and going to raves.
So you didn't look into
that
it.
That was my thing into it. It was very surface level, but I didn't find them to be dealing with the reality at hand. They were more like a
How would
spiritual
you know?
thing.
You didn't engage with that.
To the degree that I did, I found that they weren't,
Okay, well, to the degree that I've engaged with Christianity, it doesn't seem like it's dealing with the real world at all either. So, it's so easy to say the same thing if you haven't.
Right, but then what do you mean? Because the entire Old Testament is dealing with the history of the Jewish people. So how would that not be
Yeah,
dealing
and like
with
almost
reality?
and like basically everything up until like perhaps, Kings is almost certainly myth.
Dude, Kings is like 13 books into the 66. What do you mean? That's
yeah.
Yeah,
so like
that's the problem.
The Torah is like almost entirely myth.
What you think? How? But you have Abraham. You have the story of Abraham. Giving birth
we have
to
no
Isaac.
evidence that these people existed.
But we know the 12 tribes of Israel were real.
No, we don't.
So what?
What do you mean? We can prove at least one of them.
We have two
kingdoms.
We have two kingdoms.
Is that what it is?
We have two kingdoms, right? That we have historical evidence for, right?
Okay, right, but that's better
we got
than
a little more than that.
Dude, that's better than like you guys are pretending like this is not actual history that we're dealing with. Like, come on, bro.
You can have.
You guys are being a little too skeptical. I think like
you can have.
I think we're veering into like fiction
without having the origin of. The
I agree. We've been in fiction land for the past
I think
30
you
minutes.
You guys like to say that we're dealing with fiction, but
hey, Ruby, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you believe like a global flood happened, or do you think that's mythology?
I don't know. I think there's a lot of civilizations that spoke about it. So there's the possibility of it being real.
How would these civilizations know? Wouldn't they get wiped out in the Great Flood?
That's a good point. Yeah, that is an extremely good point. Like I said, I don't know. I don't.
Did Jesus believe in a great flood?
I think he might have mentioned one, but
he did.
I don't know.
Mark 24.
So if Jesus is indeed the Son of God, if he is indeed divine, and he believed in the Great Flood, doesn't that obligate you to also believe in the Great Flood?
No, because the Bible doesn't obligate you to believe in anything. It doesn't.
Well, you're a Christian. You think that he was divine.
Well, wait. If Jesus believes something, is it true?
That one would say that, but I can't just accept it as true, even if I don't believe it as true. I would have to find it out for myself.
Well, wait. I'm asking you. If Jesus believes something, is it true?
Yeah. If he believed something was true, yeah, of course. If he believed it was true and it was true, then I mean, he knows everything, so of course it would be.
Yeah, sure. So Jesus believes in the Great Flood. If Jesus believes something, then it's true. Therefore, it's true that a Great Flood occurred. You would agree?
Yeah,
okay.
I would agree with that logic. Yeah.
Sure.
But a Great
Flood
did not
occur.
occur.
If it was literal, yeah.
Okay. If a Great Flood happened, how did the kangaroos get to Australia?
How did kangaroos get to Australia?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we're off topic now. I think we're off topic from what we were
okay. I wouldn't want to engage with that one either. Can't blame him.
The point is that like, basically all of the Torah is
basically all of the Torah is kangaroos got to Australia.
Yeah, who cares about whether or not the Torah to make sense?
Okay.
Right.
Anyway.
I mean, like the entire Christianity is founded.
No, that's okay. Wait, why would
the entirety of Christianity
be like problematic for there being?
The entirety of Christianity is predicated on a story that takes place in Genesis 3, right? That's the entirety of Christianity is predicated on that story being actually true. So it's not enough to just say, oh well, you know, maybe it was metaphorical, whatever. Like this whole idea of original sin must have actually happened. Where the original sin came from, eating the apple or whatever, must have actually happened. And if it's the case that all of that is
for like the first people who like knew,
if
like,
it's
let's
the
say
case
you come here and
that
you
all
have, like,
of
a
that
clean
is mythology, then why should we believe anything that? Why should we believe any of the theology that's based on it?
Mm-hmm. I see what you're saying. I don't know. I don't really have like an answer for that because, like, in my mind, it's not like. It's not really that important. Like I understand for someone like you guys who are like more scientific it is, but like just from the angle that I'm coming at, it doesn't really matter. You know, you could have everything else line up, and even if that doesn't really make sense, then you know I feel like in general it would make sense just on with everything else considered. But yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like I just feel like if we can't even agree that the resurrection, like the followers of Christ thought there was a resurrection, we can't even have a conversation because that's something.
Ruby, I don't know what you're talking about. You're not addressing my position. Yes, I never said that I didn't believe his disciples believed he was resurrected. You asked me to take the position of another religion, specifically Islam, and then I did.
I didn't ask you to take the position of them. I'm just asking you.
You literally did. You wanted to pick Christianity versus Islam, and I gave you here would be the talking points if I was a believer in Islam.
It's not them versus each other. It's them versus reality.
But to them it is reality. To them, they believe in the revelation of the Quran. So if the revelation of the Quran is true,
they don't
then it would
that way though.
Well, if we're comparing things to reality, then
claim. They believe that
if we're comparing things to reality, then Christianity is dead in the water. Christianity doesn't match reality in any way possible. The Trinity is logically incoherent. It's like intellectual suicide to believe in Trinity.
Dude, do you think that Muslim scholars who like go to universities think that Jesus wasn't crucified historically?
Some of them.
Yeah, okay, but the majority of them believe that Jesus was crucified historically, and they believe that the crucifixion. Bro, yes, oh my God, yes.
If you're a traditional Muslim, you believe that the Quran is true, and the Quran says that Jesus wasn't crucified. So you're kind of going uphill here.
They believe that was a theological claim. They don't believe that's a historical claim.
Wrong. You haven't talked to any Muslims, apparently.
No, I was a Muslim.
No, he just asks, like, you know, he goes on to atheist panels and is like, can you please wear like the Muslim hat for this conversation?
I'm not even saying that. You guys are.
We said the Shahada and everything. You didn't want that?
No, because I realize it doesn't make sense.
Wait a minute. Did we ever get an answer as to why we should believe Christianity over Judaism?
Not anything yet.
For sure, because they predicted the Messiah would come before the destruction of the Second Temple, and
no, they didn't.
Believe. Yeah, they did. What do you mean in Haggai?
No, they didn't. Neither of those books predict that.
What do you mean? Daniel 9:25.
Daniel 9 has nothing to do with Jesus, and there's two messiahs there. Do you want me to break it down with you again?
Okay. Do you believe?
I know we already did Daniel together.
Okay, so look, you believe there's two messiahs there. Does Islam believe there's two messiahs or one messiah?
We're not asking about Islam. We're asking about Judaism.
Right, but I'm comparing all of them. We're talking about all of them, and
holy shit, dude! It's like
everything all the way at once.
It's like even stronger than like the Mott and Bailey. You know, it's like the Bailey. You know, you just go to whichever religion you need.
You could compare all. You could compare all the religions.
Ruby, I'm asking you why Judaism is to be less believed than Christianity. Suppose that we grant for the sake of argument that Islam is silly.
You have to believe in old Judaism as a Christian. I believe in Judaism. I believe in the Torah.
That's not my question. Why is it that one should be a Christian? Why is Christianity more believable than Judaism?
Yes, because Jesus is the fulfillment of the messianic prophecies.
That's the Christian belief, not the Jewish belief.
Right, but you're asking why I should believe in Christianity over Judaism.
Yeah.
The Jews in the past
believed that Jesus was the Messiah.
Which Jews?
No. People, not Jews. People who were
Paul,
Greeks and Roman.
So wait, Ruby, are you giving me examples of like you realize that by the end of the 1st century there were less than 1,000 Jewish converts?
It's possible. I mean,
so like basically no Jews.
I've looked at the numbers.
This.
It's like, where are you getting that number from? Because I saw 10,000 total like Christians by the end of the 1st century, but how did you find 1,000?
You said Jewish converts.
I said Jewish converts.
I said how did you find 1,000?
I can give you the reference if you want. But there was an analysis that I saw. We can go find it if you want. But,
that's fine. I would agree. Like if that's the number.
And there were hundreds of thousands of Jews, right? So we're talking like a fraction of a fraction.
Millions, were there not?
Well, hundreds of thousands of Jews in the vicinity that would have had access to the story.
Okay. Oh, I see.
So like of the people who could have converted, who could have heard the gospel and could have converted that amongst the Jews, basically none of them converted.
Yeah, I know.
So in fact, it's actually the case that most Jews did it. Most Jews, even in the 1st century, didn't think that Jesus fulfilled the messianic prophecies. Otherwise, they would have converted.
No, I agree. I don't know what that is. Very interesting.
So then, what's the grounds for thinking that even according to Judaism that he did fulfill these prophecies?
The things written in the Old Testament.
If you ask the Jews at the time or the Jews today, they will say, yeah, no, that's not about Jesus.
Yeah, but if you ask the Jews of today who Isaiah 53 is speaking about, they'll say, what is Isaiah 53?
That's wrong.
I mean, you could just like ask somebody who knows.
I watched like that So Be It guy on YouTube. I don't know.
Also, note that I mentioned also the Jews of the 1st century.
Well, you should check
they
him out.
also
he does,
disagreed.
Like, interviews of like Jewish people, and he asked them about like messianic prophecies, and most of them are like, "What? I never even knew this was in the book."
So most Jews haven't read the Hebrew Bible for the same reason most Christians haven't read the New Testament. So this is not an argument against Judaism whatsoever. The question is, what did he actually fulfill, and why should we believe it's about Jesus?
Yeah, he was the seed of David through Joseph.
Where's that?
Hold on, just a quick question about that. Suppose that's even the claim. He was the seed of David through Joseph's seed. Are you telling me that Joseph gave the seed to impregnate Mary?
No, through his seed, as in like his offspring. Like in the old Hebrew context, you could.
Did Jesus spring off from Joseph?
You could like through adoption, you would still be entitled to the claims, like the heritage of the.
Yeah, that's the legal bit.
Second Samuel
not, like,
says
actually...
he would come from your body.
Exactly. I'm sorry.
Second Samuel says a seed from your body.
Yeah.
So it says, when your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you. So your lineage, your offspring, I will raise them up after you, who shall come forth from your body, and I will establish his kingdom, so on and so forth. So these offspring come from David's body.
Okay.
Now, Joseph was also part of a cursed lineage. If you read Matthew, he comes through the line of Jeconiah. Jeconiah in Jeremiah 22:30 was cursed. It says, none of your offspring shall ever sit on the throne of King David ever again. So that can't work. Luke goes through Nathan. If you trace the lineage in Luke chapter 3, it doesn't go through Solomon, it goes through Nathan. But if you go to the promises made to David, the kingdom is established through Solomon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Want me to read it?
So, yeah, explain to me. Okay, what's the one in Matthew's lineage that you're saying is the problem?
Jeconiah. In Matthew chapter 1, they trace the lineage through Jeconiah.
Oh,
and Jeconiah is cursed.
Okay. Okay, so we'll have to do a couple of things here, so bear with me.
Yeah, verse 11.
Does Jesus's lineage has through Jeconiah.
Are you Googling this? Just open the verse.
Yeah.
Matthew 1:11.
Okay. Oh, but you're gonna show me then in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Okay.
By the way, and sorry to kind of shortcut this, but I understand that the Christian view is that Jesus fulfilled this prophecy, but clearly the Jewish view in the 1st century was not that claim. It was that was not the case.
But not all of them agreed that. Some of them agreed that he did.
The vast majority agreed this, including the people who would have been
I agree with you.
Including the people who would have been well read on the Bible, including the rabbis, right? The rabbis who would have been the most well read on this.
And Paul was a Pharisee.
The people who would have been most well read on this.
No, he wasn't.
Were not.
Paul was not a Pharisee?
No.
Really?
He couldn't even read Hebrew.
The people who would have been most well read on this were not convinced. So why should we trust, their 50, 60, 70 year later writings?
Paul was a Pharisee before converting.
So what? He wasn't.
How do you
Pharisees
know that
could read
he
Hebrew
wasn't if it says that he was?
Because Paul could not read Hebrew, and he misquotes the Hebrew Bible every time he touches it.
So you're just saying he was like some guy who came in and he was pretending to be a Pharisee and following Jesus, and then he went on all these.
He's a guy who claimed to be a Pharisee and have status, who clearly didn't have status. No one who knew how to read Hebrew would go to Genesis 15 and make an argument that the singular form of the word Zerah for seed only means one individual, which he does in Galatians. Zerah doesn't mean one individual. It's a collective noun. It means all of the offspring. That's why it says that the offspring, Zerah, will be as numerous as the stars in the sky. Paul's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not a Pharisee.
You're talking about in 15:5. Then he said to him, "So shall your offspring be." Okay, sorry. Go. Anyway, I'll get to that after. So Matthew 1:11.
Yeah. Matthew gives the lineage going to Joseph. It says in 1:11 that Josiah was the father of Jeconiah and his brothers at the time of the deportation to Babylon, which is funny because that's not even true. Josiah wasn't the father of Jeconiah and his brothers. Josiah was the father of I think 3 different sons, one of them Jehoiakim, and Jehoiakim was the father of Jeconiah. So it doesn't even get the father of Jeconiah right. But it also is just true that in Jeremiah 22:30, Jeconiah's entire lineage becomes cursed from being able to sit on the throne again. Want me to read that one to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so Jeremiah 22:30 says, "Thus saith the Lord, record this man as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days, for none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah." And they never did. And keep in mind, just coming from the line of David doesn't make you a king either.
This says Jehoiachin. What? It says Jeremiah 22:30 is a divine decree directed at Jehoiachin. Is that?
Yes, he's got 3 names. So he goes by Coniah and Jehoiashim. That was his Babylonian given name.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Right. So there's Jehoiakim and Jehoiashim.
But how do I know that this person is Jeconiah?
You just have to read it. It tells you.
Okay. Well, it doesn't say it in 22:30. 1 second.
Yeah. So 22:24 says, "As I live, says the Lord, even if King Coniah, son of Jehoiakim of Judah." Coniah is the son of Jehoiakim, who was the son of Josiah. Coniah is shorthand for Jeconiah. That's why verse 28 says, "Is this man Coniah a despised and broken pot, a vessel no one wants? Why are he and his offspring hurled out and cast away into the land that they do not know? O land, hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord, record this man as childless." So he's using his name Coniah, which is short for Jeconiah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm literally, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just not seeing what you're saying. As surely as I live.
Jeremiah 22:24.
Yeah, as surely as I live, even if you, Jehoiachin, son of Jehoiakim. Is that supposed to be Josiah? I don't understand. Are these the Hebrew names or something?
These are Hebrew and Babylonian names.
Okay.
Where's the hold up?
Well, because I'm not seeing that this is the same person. As surely as I live, even if you, Jehoiachin, son of Jehoiakim, king of Judah.
I don't know what translation you're reading, but the Hebrew text literally says Coniah. In fact, the Hebrew translation would be
NIV, yeah, it says NIV.
Kaniyahu. Well, get rid of the NIV. Kaniyahu is shorthand for this individual. We say Jeconiah, or we say Koniah in English.
Okay. Okay. Oh, there you go. Okay. The Lord says, "As surely as I am the living God, you, Jeconiah, king of Judah, son of Jehoiakim." But he's not the son of Jehoiakim. He's the son of Josiah.
Yes, he is. No, he's not.
It says Josiah, the father of Jeconiah and his brothers.
What? Matthew's wrong. I already told you that. Matthew gets the wrong person. The father, because the Book of Chronicles tells you.
Oh, okay. Where is that?
All right.
Sorry, like, if you're right, I'll believe you, but I just want to make sure you're right, obviously.
It's Second Chronicles 35, and also in 2 Kings.
Just to be clear, like, shouldn't you know this?
Yeah.
No.
I don't feel like this is.
They don't read the book.
Most important.
It kind of is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is. If you're right, then it means that he can't come from that lineage, but it also just. It seems more likely to me that you're just misunderstanding. So we'll go.
Oh no, that's certainly not, if you know anything. Actually, it's not 2 Kings 35. That's a different Josiah passage.
Oh, 2 Chronicles.
Give me
35?
a second. It's
oh, okay.
No, that's about the contradiction of his death. The contradiction of the father of Jeconiah is 1 Chronicles 3. There we go. So go to 1 Chronicles 3, 15 and 16. It says, the sons of Josiah are Johanan, the firstborn. The second is Jehoiakim. The third, Zedekiah. The fourth, Shallum. The descendants of Jehoiakim are Jeconiah, Zedekiah, so on and so forth.
I see that. And then the successors of Jehoiakim, Jehoiachin, his son. Hebrew Jeconiah.
So the problem we have here,
also in verse 17, the descendants of Jehoiachin.
Matthew couldn't read, which is why he didn't know that Jeconiah had a different daddy, and he didn't know that Jeconiah's lineage was cursed.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I see what you're saying.
So that lineage is Matthew's useless now. It does nothing for us. It doesn't get you to Jesus being a descendant of David, and it doesn't get you to Jesus being part of a lineage that's actually credible.
So why, like, so what? They just didn't even bother to, like,
they got it
I don't understand. Like, what would be the point? Yeah, why would they?
They're idiots.
They couldn't read.
That doesn't make
That's
sense.
why.
Why would they not, like, read it? Like obviously they would have known that.
No.
Yeah.
This
Right.
isn't
Obviously
something. There's a reason why the Jews rejected Jesus in mass, is because it was utter nonsense from the beginning.
Yeah, and then, like, well, you could argue that, like, even if he didn't do it, he could have just done miracles, but, like, even then that doesn't make sense, because you would want the story to line up. Like, the whole argument that I have against Islam is like, well, if the story doesn't line up, how can you verify it? Especially they're saying, like, oh, you find Muhammad written in the Bible, but shit, I mean, if you're getting things wrong even like this, I don't know, you're right, that doesn't really make sense.
Well, look, Ruby, it's been a delight, but we have a lot of people waiting, so we are going to let you go. But thank you so much for being here, Ruby.
I appreciate that. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
All right, cheers, buddy.
We have some super chats to read, and then we'll bring on our next guest. From AI-induced apologist with the $2, sound keeps getting muddy, slow, and robot-like. Yeah, so I think this is I think that was a Ruby problem. I think that Ruby's internet was making something funky happen in Video Ninja, because as far as I can tell, everything was fine on my end, network-wise. I'm not seeing dips when people talk about the muddiness, so I think that was a Video Ninja issue, which is just unfortunate. From Reverend Nate with the 2 Canuck bucks, stop the robo voices, please, from hosts and callers. Yeah, so I think that this was, unfortunately, it was a Video Ninja issue. We're working on it. From Gretchen with the $3, no way, a lying Christian? I'm shocked. Shocked. Well, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, right? From Kaya Kit with the $2, Ruby, a perfect name for someone this hard-headed. Rubies are indeed quite hard. They're not. They score a 9 on the Mohs hardness scale. Why I know that? Don't ask me.
Nerd cred.
From Coffee Mom with the $5, why is Jesus thought of as a nonconformist for rejecting oral laws and demanding to go back to the Levitical law? Isn't that just fundamental extremism?
Maybe. I mean, that's a fair question. Like, if you want to go back to the roots of the religion, it's more of fundamentalism than just being a contrarian. I might agree with that.
From Joshua Everett with the $2, please keep criticisms to arguments and attitudes. What?
Depends on the person.
Yeah. From Alex B with the $5, I feel like Ruby thinks Christianity is more true because it makes us all God's special little guys. Well, I think he thinks it's more true because he's, you know, a Western person raised in a Western environment where Christianity is dominant. But that's just me. And for our last super chat-esque thing, Carissa Wheeland sending 20 unapologetic gift memberships.
Oh, hell yeah.
Which is enormous. Everybody who got one, put a big W in the chat.
Huge W. Thank you.
As big a W as you can make. All right. Now, we do have a few guests. We have this person named Gov. I think their name is Gov, that they've been waiting for quite a while, and then I think Dan is up after that. We'll see what Gov has to say. Gov, how's it going? Or is this Guy? No, it's Guy. Okay, the letters are just small. Guy, you there? If Guy's not there, I'll just bring up Dan.
Hello? Hello?
Guy, how's it going?
Sorry, I was having audio problems.
I can tell.
My bad.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I don't know the format. It's my first time here.
Well, first, the first question that you should answer is, do you believe in a God?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a God associated with a religion, or is it just kind of like your own personal thing?
No, I'm a Muslim.
Okay. Why should we be Muslims?
Do I have to answer that? I was kind of looking forward to asking something to you guys.
I mean, it would help if your goal is to convince us that your belief system is correct. Then I'm just asking you, why should we think your belief system is correct?
I think it's the most logical conclusion, personally.
Of what?
Can you elaborate on that a little bit, maybe?
Of what evidence? For okay, I'll
there's some audio issues.
Phrase it in a way which is. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Could I join from my laptop?
Sure.
Yeah. It's just a little. It's kind of crackly.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to hear.
Little crunchy. Let's give him a sec. Where is...
I feel like there's a lot of people, when they talk about their religion, they think it's the best way to make sense of the data, but it's almost like universally accepted too that this was just what they grew up with, meaning they don't really know much about the other religions, which is why it doesn't make sense to them.
Well, and I mean, it's really easy. Like, look, lying to children is famously easy, right?
And fun.
And fun. So... And the worst part about it is that when you lie to a child and then you don't unlie to them, you don't tell them the truth while they're a child, they just will believe that forever. Right?
Yeah.
All right. Guy's back. Guy, welcome back. Guy? Guy? Can't hear you this time. Let me check your audio settings really quick. Do you have a mic? Okay, you do have a mic. We can't hear you right now. Your connection looks good, but we can't hear you. It's unfortunate. All right, well, Guy, we're going to let you fix your issues. Feel free to come back once they're fixed. I'm going to bring up Dan, because Dan's been waiting very patiently.
Split this man in half.
Dan?
Oh, you're right, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah. Hi, Dan. What God do you believe in?
So I'm a Muslim. I believe in the Muslim God, Allah.
Okay. Why should we be Muslim?
So I've looked into all the religions. To me, Islam has the most rational and logical argument to believe in it than the other religions. It has, for one, a preserved book. And then in that book, it's got no contradictions, or even to a non-Muslim, they would say there's no clear contradiction. For example, in the Bible, you could have the age of Isaiah. In one sentence, he's 22. In another sentence, he's 42 at the same time period. And
well, look,
question,
you're not going to get an argument from us that, like, you know, the other religions are somehow better, but we don't believe in those ones either. So you need to convince us as people who don't believe in any of them why the thing that you're saying is true.
What's your position? Is it, sorry to cut you off, is it like agnostic or is it atheist?
We're atheists.
Atheist. So you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
I don't think that follows, but yeah, we do.
So in the Big Bang Theory, it's a cause which caused the universe. Is that how it is?
No, not really.
So what caused the universe? Why is the universe here?
It's a good question. Why is the universe here, Dan?
So what?
And by the universe, surely we agree. By the universe, surely we agree by the sum total of everything. That's the question you're really asking. Why is there something rather than nothing?
Yeah, you, the world, everything.
Yeah. So why is there something rather than nothing, Dan?
Because God created us.
Well, God's a something. So the question is, why is there a God rather than nothing?
Because we're here, obviously there's something.
Helpful.
So it's not like there's nothing. Does that
We're
make sense?
not asking, so I agree. How do we know? We're asking, like, what explains his existence?
You're asking what explains this existence.
No, what explains God's existence? We're not asking, like, how do we know God exists? It's like, why does God exist as opposed to not existing? What would explain the fact that he exists?
No one can answer that. No one can answer that. That's a question. No.
Then I'm glad that we're in agreement. Why there is something rather than nothing is an unanswerable question. Great.
Yeah, because God himself can only answer that. And
well, that's the claim anyway. But
to test in the Quran, he has created us to test us, to see which of us is righteous, and then to reward us and to punish the non-believers.
But I mean, that's the claim. But the point of the matter is that you asked us. You asked us why there's something rather than nothing, and sure, we might say that we don't know, but you don't know either. So it seems like we're in the same boat.
I don't know why, but I know what.
Well, that's the question you asked. Why is there something rather than nothing?
I know how. I don't know why, because no religion answers that. I don't know why.
Exactly. So why'd you ask the question then if you don't know the answer either?
Because I have the best guess. I have the best guess that humans have.
No, but you don't have any guess for why there's something rather than nothing.
So I know what's happened, which is God's created us, right?
Well, that's unrelated to the question of why there's something rather than nothing.
I've told you God's motivations in the Quran. He says he has created us.
We're not talking about God's motivations. We're talking about why there's something at all, including God, rather than nothing. Nobody has the answer to that.
If I believe
you don't have it, we don't have it.
If I believe God created us, then he has the motivations and he knows why. And if he tells us why in the Quran, I accept that as an answer.
He can't be the explanation for why there's something rather than nothing, because God is part of the something.
But here's the thing. Something exists. We know something exists, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we have to go off that. We can't just say, oh, why is it?
Okay, so then why'd you ask the question?
I asked the question because I was trying to understand your answer. I wanted to know if you had an answer, but you said you don't.
Nobody has an answer.
Yeah. Sounds like we don't know and you don't know either.
Actually, I made a mistake when I said that because I thought you were asking something else. I have the Islamic answer, which is what God has told us, which I accept.
The answer to why a God exists as opposed to no God existing?
No one can tell you that.
Oh, well, that's kind of what you're asking us. You're asking like, well, why is there something rather than nothing?
I can tell you it's the truth. I can tell you it's reality. I can't tell you why. Only God can tell you why.
Okay, so then it doesn't seem like this data would favor your worldview over ours. It seems like your worldview can't explain why there's something rather than nothing, and our worldview can't explain why there's something rather than nothing.
That's incorrect. Because
your worldview can explain why there's something rather than nothing?
No, that's incorrect. You're saying as if this one question is everything. This one question is not
That's
everything.
the question you asked.
Just
That's okay.
because I asked you a question doesn't mean
all we would
everything.
conclude on this basis is that the data of why there's something rather than nothing doesn't favor your worldview over ours. We would need to look at different data.
What data could you even look at?
For example, like the fact that, you know, people get cancer. I don't know. Why would people get cancer in your worldview?
What's that got to do with why anything exists at all?
We're asking about like whether or not God exists. Something existing rather than nothing existing is a point of data. You can't explain why there's something rather than nothing. We can't explain why there's something rather than nothing. So we need to look at some other sort of data to determine whether or not a God exists.
I can't explain why, because that's God's motivation, but I can explain that it's the truth. We all know
he doesn't understand.
Something exists, right?
I agree that there is something rather than nothing, but the question that you asked us is why.
No, I didn't ask why. I think you guys asked why, actually.
I could have sworn.
I think you're confused.
I could have sworn that that was like what you were asking.
We didn't ask that.
Sure
he asked what caused the universe. He asked what caused the universe.
Yeah, I'm asking you what caused the universe.
Why would I think that the universe was caused as opposed to always existing, for example?
So, if you believe something's always existing, then you also believe that there's a possibility of something that always exists, right?
Yeah, sure.
The universe, yeah.
So then why is it this universe, how could it have just created intelligent life? How could it have just created an Earth which is perfectly positioned for intelligent life?
It's not.
How could it have created this hole in the ground that is perfect for my puddle?
Yeah, how could a universe have just created stuff? What is this universe you speak of?
It didn't create itself. Again, if it always existed, it didn't create.
Because in the known universe, what we've observed is nothing comes. You can't just have something pop out of nowhere. Everything has a cause.
None of us believe that's the case.
If everything has a cause, then there must be an origin.
Why do you believe that something came from nothing?
Wait, if everything has a cause, then God isn't real, because that means God would have a cause since everything has a cause.
Please let me finish.
Okay, sure. You want a special plead for God?
So everything must have a cause, but if you say that, then you keep going in circles, and then it becomes infinite regression.
No, you don't go in circles.
We didn't say that. You said that.
By the way,
there must be an origin that was always there. You and we all agree on this, don't we?
Why?
No.
No, we don't.
You literally just said the universe was always there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which
that
means
means
that it doesn't have an origin.
Exactly. That's what I said. There must be something which doesn't have an origin, which was always there. And you're saying it's the universe. I'm saying it's God.
Okay.
Yeah, but we know the universe exists.
Sure. Yeah. So let's just like go through and like count the number of entities. I mean, if we can both explain the data equally well, then we should just prefer the worldview that posits fewer things. You know, you posit a universe that hasn't always existed and a God that has always existed that created it. We just take out the extra step. You know, we take the God away and just say the universe has always existed. It's one fewer thing. Why would we want to believe in more things when we can explain all the data by believing in less things?
Potentially, I would maybe agree with that. It's not always going to be the case that fewer data points or fewer entities is correct. But the thing is, then
when they both explain the data the same, you should prefer fewer.
No, because then I'll ask you, how do you explain a perfectly preserved book with miracles in it that foretells the future?
It's not. None of that's true.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
How do you know?
Insofar as I've looked into these claims with respect to the Quran, and they all fall apart. I mean, what would you make of the fact that the Quran makes like copious mistakes and gets tons of things wrong? Like, for example, it says that the Earth is older than all of the stars in existence, and that's just false. There are some stars that are, you know, 30, what would it be, like 30 billion light years away, I think, that are observable. That's just like unable to be accounted for.
Can you tell me where it says that? Because I've never heard that.
Yeah, this is I
Can
think
you tell me
it's
where it says
Surah
that? Because I've never heard it.
41, 9 through 12.
Surah 41. Okay, let me just bring it up. 1 second.
Yep. Ask them, O prophet, how do you disbelieve in the one who created the earth in 2 days? And how can you set up equals with him that is Lord of all worlds? He placed on the earth for a mountain standing high, showered his blessings upon it, and ordained all its means of sustenance, totaling 4 days exactly for all who asked. Then he turned towards the heavens. Wait, I'm going to pause right here before I read the remaining parts of it. So he created the earth. He's about to create the heavens. Then he turned towards the heavens when it was still like smoke, saying to it and to the earth, submit willingly or unwillingly. They both responded, we submit willingly. So he formed the heaven into 7 heavens in 2 days, assigning to each its mandate. And we adorned the lowest heaven with stars like lamps for beauty and for protection. That is the design of the Almighty, all-knowing. So the order of events there is first Allah creates the earth. And then he creates the heavens and adorns it with stars. So the earth comes before the stars do. So he's saying that the earth is older than the stars, but that's just false.
Sorry, can you tell me the verse again? But I have an
Yeah,
answer
this
to
is
that.
Surah 9, or this is Surah 41, 9 through 12.
41, okay. 9 to 12. Sorry, bear with me. When it was still like smoke, saying to it and to the earth, submit willingly or unwillingly. They both responded, we submit willingly. So he formed the heaven into 7 heavens in 2 days, assigned to each its mandate, and we adorned the lowest heaven with stars like lamps for beauty and for protection. So the thing is here, he's talking about the heaven, not space, not the skies.
Well,
sorry, where
why
are the
does
stars?
it say that the stars were adorned?
So just because he adorned the lowest heaven with stars doesn't mean he's talking about this. He could have done that after he's created the stars in space-time, in the universe.
Sorry, but where are these stars? You're saying that they're in the lowest heavens? I thought that the lowest heavens just was
see
space.
the heavens. No, we can't see the heavens. You got the 7 heavens, we can't see them. It's part of the unseen.
So then what are we seeing when we see the stars?
They're just the stars. They're also the universe that God has created. So God created the earth, he created the heavens, and he's also created the universe.
Is the lowest heaven, the lowest heaven is where the stars are, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the sky and the stars that we see.
Wait a minute. So the lowest heaven is where the stars are. We agree on that. You just said yeah.
The lowest heaven is where the stars he has created he has adorned them with stars. It doesn't mean it's where all the stars are.
Okay, so where are the other stars?
Which other stars? The ones we can see?
The ones that aren't in the lowest heaven.
Wherever he wants them.
Where are they? Where is this?
Are they on the earth? Because first he created the earth, and then he created the heavens. He didn't create anything else.
Yeah. Where does it say he didn't create anything else?
I mean, it just describes
Jupiter, he created the moon, he created all the stars, he created everything. He created the universe.
Yeah, all of those
just
things
because
are
it doesn't
the
mention it. No, they're not.
You know that the heavens was just like the way that the heavens are described is the sky, right? The sky is the heavens.
So not the heavens isn't always the sky. He said sky in different places. This is heavens.
Okay, so when did he create? So you're telling me that there is an undescribed creation of stars prior to the creation of the earth that's just not mentioned in the Quran?
Sorry, say that again.
You're telling me that there is an undisclosed creation of stars that happened before the creation of the earth?
I'm not saying, well, if they happened before the creation of the earth, that's what we scientifically pick up, then yeah.
So then you're telling me that the creation took longer than 6 days?
The creation of the earth and the heavens took as long as it said it took.
I'm talking the creation of like the universe, the creation of reality. Took longer than 6 days?
It doesn't specify here how long that took, so I don't know.
Well, so
maybe
I mean, creating the earth took all
I'm saying is, sorry, to get back to the point,
creating the heavens took 2 days.
To get back to the,
so then, if you add more on top of that, it would be more than 6 days.
To get back to the point, though, the thing is
6 plus 2 or 4 plus 2 plus a little bit more is more than 6.
But you're adding words that aren't there. You're saying
I'm not adding words. You are. You're saying that there is an undisclosed creation of these stars in a way that's prior to the creation of the earth.
So how old is the earth?
According to your book or according to the real world?
I'm asking you, how old is the Earth according to you?
4.5 billion years old or so.
The Earth is not as old as some stars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But that's not what it conveys in the book. So either there's some undisclosed creation that happened that's not recorded in the book, meaning that the creation took longer than 6 days, or
we cannot
the
see
stars that's being referred to as the stars that are being referred to that adorn the heavens is just the sky.
It's not there are no 7 skies when you look up. Do you see 7 skies?
I didn't say 7 skies. The question is what's the lowest
But
heaven?
the book is talking about the 7 heavens. It's not talking about skies. You can't say it's a contradiction when it's talking about something else.
It's not an internal contradiction, it's an external contradiction.
It's not even then it's not an external contradiction because they're not talking about skies. If it said skies, I'd be like, okay, let me
you understand what I just laid out, right? Either there were stars that were created before the Earth, in which case there is an extra amount of creation that's undisclosed, meaning the total creation took more than 6 days, or despite the book saying that it took 6 days, if I'm correct, or the stars that adorn the lowest heaven are the stars that we see in the nighttime sky, in which case they're younger than Earth, which is false. So it seems like if you want to avoid disagreeing with the scientific consensus, you have to say that creation took longer than 6 days.
So, okay, also I have a tafsir here that says that the lowest heaven, as sama ad dunya, mispronounced that, I apologize, refers to the part of space which is nearer to man and can be seen with the naked eye.
Sama ad dunya, and we adorn the lowest heaven with stars like. Okay, yeah, Sama Dunya means the skies of the world, or the heavens of the world. So I'm incorrect. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay, so we agree that stars are younger than the Earth now?
If it says Dunya, that means the world that we live in, not the unseen. So Sama can also mean heaven. So yeah, just because I looked at the Arabic.
That's okay. But then we have like this contradiction on our hands, which is that it's claiming that the stars that are in the sky, that these came after the Earth, and that's just not true. A lot of these came before the Earth.
He placed on the earth 4 days exactly for all who would ask it. Then he turned towards the heaven, when it was still like smoke, saying to it and to the air, submit willingly or unwillingly. They both responded with submit willingly. So he formed the heaven into for beauty and for protection. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna look into that. But
okay, that's fair enough.
That requires me looking into it, and then I'll come back to you on that. It's still the strongest answer we have to me about God and about our existence. Islam as
but it's a wrong answer. Like you could say that it is, hey, you don't have an answer and I do have an answer, but the answer that you have is wrong.
How do you mean?
Well, I mean, the issue that we just
described.
Know
if you have no answer, that's wrong anyway.
It's not wrong
having
to
no
have
answer.
No
isn't
answer.
Wrong.
Saying I don't know doesn't make you incorrect. It makes you more honest. This is Socrates' great lesson, is that people go around thinking that they have the answer when in fact they don't know, but it's worse. They don't know, and they don't even know that they don't know. They're double ignorant. They're ignorant of their ignorance. Whereas saying I don't know when you don't know is the epistemically humble thing to do, and it makes you less ignorant than somebody who thinks that they know but doesn't.
By the way, I just want to, sorry for a brief technical thing. It seems like it's the case that the horizontal live stream has a better connection than the vertical one. So if you're watching vertical and the poor audio quality is bothering you, could try switching to the horizontal one. I think that might fix it.
This is just how fucked up it is to be a vertical viewer in today's America. This is so typical.
I don't know why there's a connection difference, but there apparently is a connection difference, and so try that. Actually, I guess it's no better on the horizontal. I got nothing. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with it, but I got nothing. Look, so I mean, there's a second issue. We could just keep bringing up things, but as a Muslim, I believe that you are described as I believe that you are obligated to believe that a flood happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but a flood didn't happen.
How do we know?
Because there's kangaroos in Australia and palm trees in Hawaii.
I don't understand. Why does that mean a flood didn't happen?
Well, because if there was a flood, there wouldn't be kangaroos in Australia and there wouldn't be palm trees in Hawaii.
Why not?
Because they couldn't have gotten there.
How could they have not gotten there just because there was a flood?
So kangaroos, famously, are not water animals. Australia, separated from, say, Afro-Eurasia by water. How did they get to Australia?
Well, I'm just going to say from the story, isn't it? All the animals went on the ark.
Yeah, and then so you have some kangaroos on the ark. Then the ark lands somewhere in the Middle East, perhaps Turkey.
Yeah.
And then how did the kangaroos who got off in Turkey, how did they get to Australia?
Forgive me because I haven't been in school for a long time, but wasn't it the continents were in a different location and a lot of them were connected?
That was before the flood, allegedly, not after the flood. The flood is what allegedly rearranged the continents. So after the flood was over, the continents were as they are now.
Right.
So if the continents were as they are now after the flood was over, that means that there was water between Australia and Turkey.
Okay, so if the animals got on the ark, right?
Yeah.
Then the ark could move around. Why couldn't kangaroos be dropped off in Australia?
Because the flood ended when Noah was in Turkey or somewhere thereabouts.
Right.
Right, that's where they landed. That's where they rested when the floodwaters receded. So they couldn't have dropped them off in Australia before that. Well, somewhere in the Middle East. People speculate that it was somewhere in the Middle East. People speculate that it was like in Turkey, but that's, you know, it doesn't have to be Turkey. It could be like anywhere in the Middle East, whatever you want. But the point is that he couldn't have dropped off the kangaroos in Australia because before the floodwaters receded and the ark came to rest, Australia was covered in water.
Australia was covered in water at that time.
Yeah, before the floodwaters receded, Australia would have been covered in water because it was a global flood.
Yes.
So how could he have dropped off the kangaroos before the floodwaters receded?
I've never been asked that. I've never even thought about that before, to be honest. Okay, so sorry. So the animals came onto the ark, yeah. There was a great flood.
Animals come onto the ark.
Noah got off with the animals. Did he drop off the animals at different countries? That's why they're in different countries.
How could he have?
Is that how could
he have dropped them off in different countries when there was no land to drop them off at until after the ark was at rest?
Wait, what? But how could the ark be at rest until there was land? There was going to be land, wasn't there?
So the floodwaters recede, right? They go down.
Yeah.
Noah's Ark lands on like a hill or a mountain. Right?
Okay.
So the waters are still receding when the ark comes to rest. And then, you know, maybe they recede however long it takes for them to finish receding, whatever. Noah, in order for Noah to have dropped them off somewhere else, that means that there must have been land before the ark came to rest. Right?
Wait, so hang on. You're saying the flood is what caused the continents to form?
At least that's what all of the people say who believe in the flood. I don't think that that's true because I don't think a flood happened, but...
Okay, I don't know.
Do you have an alternative explanation for how the continents got the way they are?
Well, don't we know it's from tectonic plates?
Yes, over the course of many millions of years, not over 4,000 years.
The thing is, I have to see what Islam says about Noah alayhi salam, because to be honest, I don't think it goes into that much detail in the Quran. I think it's more in the Bible that it talks about that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Right, but that is true. But as a Muslim, you're still obligated to believe that there was a flood because the Quran mentions it, right?
Yeah, but I'm not obligated to believe that he landed in Turkey and that
it doesn't matter where he landed. It doesn't actually matter where. Let's suppose that he landed in Australia so that the kangaroos can get off in Australia. Okay, well then how did the badgers get to frickin' Germany?
How did the animals cross the land? Well, I'm not obligated to believe that the continents were formed by the flood either. I'm not obligated to believe that the floods were.
Then you need some alternative explanation for how the continents arranged themselves in the way they are currently, having not been arranged that way several thousand years ago.
I may be wrong, but I could just say, all the continents were together, and then there was a way for them to cross.
Well, yeah, but now it seems that your worldview is unable to explain something, whereas my worldview is able to explain it.
But the thing is, my worldview can always explain everything because we believe in God.
What's the explanation then? How did it happen?
I could say it was God did it the way he wanted to. I don't know. He doesn't tell us in
That's
the Quran.
not an explanation of how it happened. That's an explanation of
I don't
who
need to
happened.
explain. I don't need to explain every little thing in the world.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to clarify. The Quran does give you the location of the ark
when it came to rest in chapter 11, verse 44. It says it came to rest on Judy, which appears to be in and or around Turkey.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the Quran doesn't explain, nor does the Hadith, about how all the animals got to where they are. So I don't have an answer to that, but it doesn't. I don't need to have an answer to every little thing to accept my worldview, because there's a basis and a foundation.
You just said your worldview answers everything.
Yeah, because I say God did it the way he wanted to. The way he
that's not
an answer then.
It is. It's an
like
answer.
if I just said my cat did it.
I don't need to say I don't need to say.
Listen, I can't tell you how my cat do it. My cat has magical powers. My cat did it though.
Yeah, but then does your cat have miracles and a book that was revealed with prophets that explains prophecies?
Sure did.
That have been tried
my
and
cat
tested and memorized
the miracle
of years.
Whether it's been memorized is irrelevant. It's full of magic. In fact, it came through magic means. My cat got the magical ability to speak English.
No, but why is it irrelevant? That was memorized over 1400 years. Why is that irrelevant?
Because whether or not you've memorized, was the Quran memorized the minute it was given? Does do human beings memorizing something make it magical?
That's just one point. What
a nonsensical view that you can memorize something, and because a human can memorize it, it must come from God. That's not connected at all.
It's not that. It's not that. It's why is this book preserved and no other book in the whole of the history of mankind has been preserved in such a way?
Harry Potter's been preserved even better.
No, over 1400 years ago.
There's not a single contradiction or manuscript corruption in Harry Potter.
Well, there was errors when she had to redo, but you ignored the point where I said over 1400 years ago. You ignored the point where I said over 1400.
Also, your claim about the Quran's not true. Uthman was like rapidly burning errant copies, like way at the beginning.
It was an errant copy, so there was different dialects.
That'd be wrong. You want me to read you the Hadith and the Quran on that?
Yeah, because there's different dialects. There's 7 different ways of reading the Quran. The letters are the same. It's just the different harakat, different pronunciations. For example, Maliki versus Maliki. One means master, one means king. They both have.
If the letters are the same, then how could the texts be distinguished from each other?
What do you mean?
You're saying that it's just a pronunciation difference, right? But then that means that the texts are identical.
No, so for example, a Sa'd versus a Sin, they would be written slightly different, but they both have the same sound. It was because there were different dialects in Arabia. For example, someone might say,
how could you possibly know that? How could you possibly know what was in the editions that were being burned?
No, because all 7 of them were preserved.
No, I'm asking you, how do you know what was in the manuscripts being burned by Uthman?
Because we know they were preserved through memorization.
No, I'm asking you about Uthman, but the ones that were not memorized, the ones that were burned.
No, all the Quran was revealed through the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, right? 7 different ways of reciting it. They were all preserved.
Yeah, that's adorable. I'm not asking you about the preservation or the memory. I'm asking about the ones that were errant, that were burned. How do you know what was in them?
What do you mean, how do I know what was in them?
I'm asking you how you know that the copies that were burned were only had like minor spelling mistakes.
No, there's no spelling mistakes. They're the same. The only ones that are
well, they're not the same.
Let's say that maybe there was someone did a scribal error. Yeah, like in the Bible, and it was.
I'm asking you how you know that. I don't need an example. I need you to tell me how you know that your example is true. Because in Sahih al-Bukhari, it says something different.
What did it say?
It says that they're burning all kinds of errant manuscripts. In fact, give me a second. I'll bring it up. I wish I had written this down, but I know it's in al-Bukhari. It should be al-Bukhari. It's going to be Hadith 4987. And it says, when they had written many copies, Uthman returned the original manuscripts to Hafsa. Uthman sent every Muslim province one copy of what they had copied and ordered that all Quranic materials, whether written in fragmentary manuscripts or whole copies, be burned. So he said, I don't care what you have. If it doesn't match this, you burn that.
Yes.
So what that means is that there were errant copies that didn't match what
Uthman had, and he said burn them.
He doesn't mean all of the copies that were burnt were errant. He said all other Quranic materials that don't match what the Uthmanic.
I didn't say that.
Compilation. No, that's what it says.
I didn't say that. This is goalpost on wheels. I don't know why you put that on me. I didn't say that every manuscript that was burned had errors in it. What I said is what this means is that every manuscript, whether it had an error or not, was going to be burned. And the reason why it would be burned is because it doesn't match what Uthman had.
You said errant.
Errant means it disagreed with Uthman's copy, which means it would be in error.
Yes, in error. Errant means in error.
So if it doesn't match Uthman's copy, it's deemed to be in error.
So if he burnt a copy that also matched his, it's just the order was different.
It didn't say that they're burning matching copies. It says they're burning things that don't match.
No, they're saying all other Quranic materials.
Yes.
Whether written in fragmentary manuscripts. For example, you had the fragment of one and the fragment of another, or whole copies be burnt. For example, the Uthmanic tradition of the Uthmanic compilation is traditionally for how they put all the chapters in order. So if something is a different, so they had a Quran which had all the same words, all the same everything, except the order was different of the chapters, which is known because the Quran was revealed at different chapters were revealed at different times, then that would be burnt. That's just one example of what would be burnt.
Yeah, I agree. And there's dozens of other examples. Anything that didn't match Uthman's copies would be burned.
Yeah. So either it'd be a copy that was written in error, which should have been burnt anyway. No one should read it, because if someone's made a scribal error, we don't want it.
How could you know?
Or it's just, what do you mean, how would I know? Who's going to
How could you know if it's an error? What are you going to compare it to?
So they're comparing it to the Uthmanic code compilation, aren't they?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. So if it didn't match Uthman, it's considered an error. How do you know that Uthman's copy was the correct copy?
I've forgotten the name of it. It's Sanaa manuscripts. You know about them. But the thing is, with the Quran,
like a trust me, bro?
It's not mainly transmitted by written tradition. It's mainly transmitted by oral tradition.
Well, that may be true, but that doesn't. What we're talking about the actual Quran, the text in our hands, whether or not it's actually been preserved well.
So the Sanaa manuscript, the Sanaa palimpsest, is one of the oldest Quranic manuscripts in existence, and it aligns with the Quran we have today.
I know. Did it predate Uthman?
95% accuracy.
Did it predate Uthman?
Wait a minute, 95%? That doesn't sound like 100%.
Oof.
No, it says 95%, but that's because, when you look at it, you might, for example, I said Saad and Sin. Okay, if you know Arabic, Sod and Sin, they're different letters, but they might be read the same.
So there's 5% possibility of error?
Also, no, it just says 95% accuracy for this manuscript.
So the manuscript could be wrong by 5%?
If an old manuscript has, for example, a letter's faded, then it won't include it, will it?
Are you telling
I have no
me
idea.
that the version that we have access to could be 5% wrong?
That's what he's saying, yeah.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying what Wikipedia said, by the way. Wikipedia is not really...
Wikipedia said exactly what Dr. Bliss just reiterated.
Who's Dr. Oh, Dr. Blitz. Sorry, I don't know your names. I'm just trying to see when it was.
So, it's like you've been on for a while, and we've given you some homework now. And we do have a bunch of other people who are waiting in the guest box, so I'm going to let you go. But remember to look up the whole thing about the flood, and also look up the thing that Justin brought up early. No, that Ian brought up about the stars.
I think, the flood, I'll be honest, I think because it doesn't explicitly say all this in the Quran, I don't think any religion will answer that anyway directly.
You're right. You're right, they won't. But thanks for
being
here.
The other one.
All right, we have some super chats to read, and then we'll move on to our next guest. And by the way, I've seen all the messages about M's. We tried, it's already a 3v1. We try to not bring up M's unless it's absolutely necessary, and I think that we did okay. Maybe M's will disagree. We do like M's, but we try not to we try not to make it a 4v1 just to make it even less fair. From NBTMC with the $2, did security ask about Doug and Sharon? Justin?
Security?
I don't know.
Where's security? Nothing's more secure than stone.
True. That's why they covered Jesus' tomb with it, right?
It's a firm foundation, exactly, yeah.
From NBTMC again with the $5. The lowest heaven is literally the sky, by the way. Former Muslim, yes, I can read Arabic, ask a scholar, and their cope is the heaven is the universe too. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what we expected. From Gretchen with the $5. Sound gets intermittently crunchy on horrors too, but at least we get to see your inadequacies in 16:9. Yeah, I think that this is a Video Ninja problem at this point. From Kane Malice with the $5. Oh wow, Dr. Blitz confidently telling us kangaroos can't swim, and this guy has a PhD. Incredible. I didn't say they can't swim. I said they're not water animals.
And what is what? And sorry, Dr. Blitz, pray tell, what are they mostly?
I can give you an extensive definition. They are whales and dolphins and fish.
If you were to go into what they're made of, what would they mostly be made of?
Water molecules.
Fuck, we fucking got him, dude. Oh my god. Winning against Dr. Blitz, what an honor.
Kangaroos are not made of water molecules, by the way, because they're not water animals. Dumbass.
True. They're
Holy
made
shit.
of they're made of
they're
hops.
land animals.
They're made of land.
Not to derail.
Yep.
Not to derail, but I'm reading how Uthman collected and made his copy of the Quran, and it gets worse. Uthman said, "Oh, people, your covenant with your prophet was 13 years ago." This is 13 years after Muhammad's dead, right? Uthman says, and you're still disputing the text of the Quran, saying that my father's reading and Abdullah's reading, so on and so forth. So I ask each one of you who have memorized something from the Quran to step forward. So he basically said, hey, if you've memorized part of the Quran, come forward. I'll write it down and make an official copy. 13 years after Muhammad died.
Oof. That's a big oofman to me.
Yeah. It's a big old trust me, bro.
Right. So from NB with the $2, the clankers got my boy. You can't say that. I mean, you can say it, but you shouldn't, because we don't want to normalize that kind of stuff.
Listen, one of those tin skins just won a race in China. I don't know if you saw that.
I did see that. But also, let's not LARP slurs.
Okay.
From NB, again with the $10, not just different pronunciations. There were different Qurans with different chapters, some with 110, some with 116. Also, if time scale matters, then the Quran was less true 1400 years ago, right? Yeah.
True.
Duration doesn't make something more true, like obviously. And finally from NB, very much appreciated, Sunan Ibn Majah 1944 legit says a goat ate manuscript of the Quran no one had memorized or had any copies of. On top of that, the verse was breastfeeding an adult. Have a good day. I will not have a good day because of this message. Thank you. One more super chat from LELs with the €5. Not a thing in the US, but I finally legally left the church last week. No more church taxes from me. Feeling a bit down these days. Please celebrate with me. Congrats. That's a big deal. Now you have to pay less money.
Huge congrats, yeah.
Let's go less taxes. Unless the taxes are being used for good things. All right, we have Guy. Guy is finally back. Guy was here earlier, but then we let them go because their audio was not good. Let us bring up Guy. Guy, how's it going?
Hopefully
good.
There we go. Man, I was watching the entire time. By the way, I can only see Dr. Blitz. Is that normal?
No.
You should be able to see all of us, right?
Oh, he's talking about the Video Ninja preview.
Right, but I added him to scene 2. Shouldn't he be able to see everything?
No, he can only see your camera, Dr. Blitz. Because he's on Video Ninja.
You just have to look at my pretty face. But everybody else can hear you.
I was listening the entire time. There were so many little topics you guys went through which are relevant to me because I'm also Muslim. We could go through that, but to be honest, all of them are kind of uninteresting to me because at the end of the day, I find them as insignificant in the grand scheme. How do we want to go about this?
So then why should we be Muslim if the issues with the Quran are insignificant?
Yeah, I never admitted there were issues. I just...
Well, that's what we were talking about, and you said that they're insignificant.
I mean, the issues you have with the Quran is insignificant.
I find them pretty significant.
Right?
I mean, look, if you're trying to convince us that this is like the true word of God, and we're like, yeah, here are these issues, and you just say, but those don't matter. Like, sorry, that's not going to be compelling to anybody.
All right, we'll go through some of them real quick. You know how the thing with the stars being before the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
That's based on the word thumma, which colloquially means then, as in the stars were created, or the Earth was created, then the stars. But it doesn't necessarily indicate chronology.
No, it does, right? If you look at the tafsirs, that's exactly what it indicates. You know, I can pull up a tafsir that literally says that, you know, first... Well, sorry, wait, how do you know that your interpretation of this is correct then? And also, what is the ordering?
You don't need to know.
Okay, so your resolution to the problem is that you don't know.
Yeah. Same thing with the problems with kangaroos in on Australia. I could just say, I don't know how they got there.
You can say that, but given that it's an apparent problem, you not knowing the answer is certainly not going to satisfy somebody who's like, look, there's this issue. Unless you can resolve this issue, I'm definitely not going to believe.
But I mean, the same guy could have unreasonable requests for them to believe in general. Like
is it unreasonable to know the explanation for how kangaroos got to Australia?
Say again?
Is it unreasonable to ask how the kangaroos got to Australia?
I think so. Because there's an all-powerful God, which basically... Here, how about this? Does explanatory power indicate truth? We both can't explain how certain content...
No, you can have explanations that aren't true.
No, I'm saying explanatory power. We both can't explain certain cosmological constants. That doesn't necessarily mean that your worldview or my worldview is false.
No, but the point is that if you have two competing worldviews and and you have some question that requires explanation, if one worldview is not able to provide an explanation and the other worldview is able to provide an explanation, and the explanation is not obviously false, if it's in fact in line with the other data that we have, then it should shift your credence in favor of the one that can provide the explanation.
I just think there's other bigger things to be explained than how kangaroos got to Australia. For instance, how anything at all exists.
Yeah, but you can't explain that either.
Sure. I mean, you would have to explain. Could you elaborate on that?
So when somebody asks why, they're seeking an explanation.
I don't know, just like an account for how that thing is, like an account for like why a certain fact is that case. You know, maybe you're asking like a grounding question, like in virtue of what is this thing like existent and like a metaphysical sense? Maybe you're asking like a causal question, like what caused it to exist. So its explanation is gonna depend.
When you say, "Oh, saying God did it doesn't explain anything," I'm just indicating the cause of the thing happening. I didn't necessarily elaborate on the process.
But what were you
in
asking
my
us to
opinion, that is an
explain?
explanation. I gave the cause, but I didn't give a process.
Sure, but the question is, why is there something rather than nothing? And which case we'd be asking you, like, what's the explanation for God?
Well, I ask you, if you don't mind, that could be rude, but I would ask you, why would God need an explanation?
Sure. Then we could just run the same thing for the universe. Why would the universe need an explanation?
Because, okay, can we dial it back a little bit? I know I'm kind of running away from that question, but I will circle back to it. I just want to know what you guys believe, right? You believe you exist, right?
I do.
I do.
I'm a self-realist.
I'm an Ian anti-realist, by the way.
Yeah.
Do you believe that things started to exist at any point, the universe?
I don't see a reason to think that.
I'm pretty agnostic
So you're
about
neutral?
I tend to lean towards infinite regress. I tend to lean towards it always existed. Although this scumbag Dr. Blitz insists that we should be epistemically humble, and that there are some open questions in the world of physics as to what could be the timeline.
You guys don't have a problem with infinite regress. You think that's a possibility?
Yeah.
Epistemically,
what's the problem?
I have no issue with it.
So you think an infinite time has already passed?
It seems at least possible. But to be clear, you're not like, even if you could somehow demonstrate that an infinite regress is impossible, that wouldn't therefore make God the best or only explanation. There are entirely consistent finite past universes that are in some sense self-explaining, like why time began. So
is that in that? Do you have an example?
Yeah, the Hartle-Hawking model. It was a model proposed by Stephen Hawking and James Hartle, David Hartle maybe, in like the 1980s, which essentially suggests that there was a first moment of time and that there is some kind of ontological priorness or ontological relation that if you were to follow a time trajectory back, it would eventually stop being a temporal trajectory and it would end up being a spatial trajectory. And you end up in a place with no time.
Sounds like a physics thing rather than...
It is.
It's an interesting way. When you put... Physics is so interesting, but...
I agree.
I disagree.
I'm an Ian anti-realist.
Anyway,
Dr. Blitz is nothing more than a figment in my imagination.
I think we kind of split off to get back.
Well, you asked for an example. I gave you an example.
Yeah, it is my fault that we split off. But what I was saying is, you think infinite regress makes sense. I think that's a true contradiction, because it implies...
My point of bringing up the alternative is that even if it's true that infinite regresses are indeed contradictory, that still doesn't get you to a god.
It's not the one I have, no.
No, it doesn't get you to a god at all.
It gets you to a start. And a start...
Yeah, but it doesn't get you to a start that needs like a temporal cause or some agent to start it. It gets you to a first moment of time that is in some sense preceded, or could be preceded, by like a geometric spatial, purely spatial universe, which doesn't have a cause.
Would that universe be able to change?
Change in what sense? It can be different in different places.
In any sense.
It can be different in different places. But there's no time for it to be different in. So, in that branch, that part of the universe.
I would call that universe God.
It doesn't have a mind. It doesn't have thoughts. It doesn't have a will. It doesn't have a plan. It doesn't know anything. It ceases to exist the moment time begins to exist. So
But that's odd. I assume that's an artifact of the physics involved and not necessarily part of your claim.
Well, no, the whole business is that the part of the universe that is atemporal ceases to be when there is temporality, right? So of course the atemporality is going to cease to exist in some sense.
So this universe, it does change. It goes from existing to not existing, right?
There is a part of the universe where it exists. There's a part of the universe where it doesn't exist. The part of the universe where it exists is where it exists. It's that part of the universe. Then there's the other part of the universe which has time where it doesn't exist.
Could you perhaps simplify it, or because when we're talking in
I'm gonna draw. I wish I could draw a
very
picture.
far away from our perception, it gets difficult.
It is very
imagine.
far away from our perception. It is difficult to imagine. That doesn't mean that it's not a reasonable thing to conclude. You just might have to, study GR.
I agree. I'm just explaining my the trouble I'm having.
So you don't have to believe me on this. You can go believe Stephen Hawking. This was Stephen Hawking's point of view, at least for a time, that he thought that this was at least something reasonable to be taken seriously. So, like, we could go into all of the details, and I don't think that it'll benefit anybody. The point is that this is something that at least one very smart physicist has taken seriously. So you shouldn't be able to rule it out just by saying, nah.
There through physics, which gets wonky in all sorts of situations. It doesn't necessarily. That's why I asked you to simplify, because
it would be easiest if I could draw you a picture.
I need to know what you're talking about in order for me to properly respond. And because I have no clue what you're talking about and have no clue how the model works or what you're referring to.
Do you know what a badminton shuttlecock looks like?
Yeah, it's like a circle with.
It's like the little half sphere part, and then there's like the tail feathers.
Yep.
So imagine that sphere part, that's the timeless part of the universe, and then the part that goes out with the feathers, that's the temporal part, and there's a joining between the two. There's a temporal universe that in some geometric way gives rise to there's an atemporal universe in some way that gives rise to a temporal universe.
Isn't the entire shuttle called the universe? What's the difference between the first part and the second part?
One is temporal and the other one isn't. One is temporal and the other isn't. One part. I mean, like, they're joined, so it is one whole universe, but there's like a part of the universe where there's no time, which is the ball part, and then there's the part of the universe where there is time, which is the rest of it.
If you put this on a X and Y graph, and X is time and Y is I don't know, a measurement of space or something, then that graph starts at the ball, as in the entire system has a starting point.
No, see, it's space up until you get to the end of the ball part, and then it's time afterwards. That's the idea.
From what I can understand from the model you're explaining to me, I would just call that universe, the entire thing, God, or a form of God.
But it doesn't have a mind, it doesn't have knowledge, it doesn't have a will.
Yeah, I know. But if you believe in this model, I would consider you a deist still.
How does that make how is that at all deism?
Okay, I think believing in a start to the universe, or at least if you believe that at some point there wasn't time and then there was time, I'm defining that as a start to the universe.
Sure, you can say that there's a first moment of time. How does that get you to deism?
Isn't deism just believing that there is a start? I thought that was a definition.
No, it's believing in a deity that created the universe.
Fair enough. Anyway, to answer some of your questions, like, okay, how do you get to a mind, to agency, to all these things? At this point, I kind of
lose some of my arguments. I was hoping that we wouldn't reach this point this
quickly. I didn't expect you guys to just accept it pertaining to the universe, because to me that makes you not atheist, like fully atheistic.
Well,
but I don't want to put labels on
well,
you.
I mean, okay, if you want some motivation to think that that's not true, you can evaluate the way the word God is used in language. It's referred to, whatever type of being God is referred to, we refer to it with personal pronouns. We call it he. We say, you know, it's just, I don't know, it's what he wanted. It was a part of God's plan. Nobody knows but him. That would indicate that whatever God is a personal being.
No. I would then invite the viewer at this point to ask, okay, if you think that the universe has a start, you guys probably are too smart. Because here's the thing. Generally humans don't... Say again?
Nothing. Continue.
Generally humans don't, in discussion, you don't really need to be fully logical to convince someone. At this point, I would try to appeal to fine-tuning, even though that's not necessarily a fully logically sound argument, but I still think it has its merit. And I do believe that's one of my main motivations, to believe that there is a God, that if I think that I'm a thinking person, then that had to have come from somewhere, but I can't really argue for that position.
Okay. So you can't argue for it, or you can argue for it?
I can't.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
so then I guess we can't have that argument.
So you guys have given me the position of the universe having a start and there being a cause, which is sort of like, I guess, in this model, the blip, the transition period between the two different forms of the universe.
I mean, cause is probably not the right word, but I know what you mean.
Okay, so what, especially when we're talking about things so far beyond what we normally think of, there is a concept I thought of back when I was more into this sort of thing.
The only thing that could make you go from
a state of there being no time to a state of there being time, I would consider that agency.
How can you have agency when there's no time?
Yeah, I would love to talk about this. Do you think that God was eternally causing the universe into existence, or does he begin to cause the universe into existence at some point?
He's God is outside of temporality, so thinking of it in terms of continuous.
I didn't use a time word there.
You said eternally.
Is God not eternal?
God is eternal.
So then it's not a time word.
So to rephrase your question, you're asking me if God is eternally creating the universe.
Yeah, is God eternally causing the universe into existence, or is there some state of affairs where he begins to cause it after previously not causing it?
This would be eternally creating the universe, or at least from his perspective, he would observe moments in time equally. So
then the universe eternally exists.
So, but the universe would include time itself.
Okay, that's the problem, right? You know, if God eternally creates something, then that thing eternally exists.
How did you jump to that conclusion?
Yeah, because if the cause is present, sufficient for the effect, then the effect also exists. Now, God causes things by necessitating them to be the case. So God was eternally necessitating the existence of the universe, so the universe eternally exists. There's no state of affairs where the universe doesn't exist. It always existed.
Interesting thought process. Give me a second. So I think that's just how it is, because you're saying God has always been creating the universe, which is time-centric language.
Or we could say like he's like eternally necessitating the universe.
It implies that he is right now creating the universe as we speak back then. And I think it's just a matter of the way, like the way you reference the events that makes this problem. I don't think this is an actual problem.
Did he change from not necessitating the universe into existence, or from necessitating the universe into existence to no longer necessitating it into existence?
If he did, then we wouldn't exist right now.
Okay, sure. So then he's still necessitating the universe into existence.
From our perspective, yes.
Yeah, sure. Then the universe just eternally exists.
From God's perspective, yes. From our perspective, no.
Sure. And if God believes something, is it true?
Talking about reference frames, it is true for God that the universe, it is, I don't even know if I can theologically say that, but I guess it wouldn't be completely blasphemous to say that God has always observed the universe to exist.
Yep, then the universe would just always exist.
What does that even mean if you're atemporal? That's the problem. You're just outside of.
What does it mean for there to exist an agent that's atemporal? I'd love to know what that means.
That I can for sure not answer.
Well, I mean, that's the problem. I mean, the problem's laid out at this point. If you have a God who's eternally necessitating the universe into existence, then necessarily the universe exists eternally. There is no beginning to it. But if it exists eternally, then it never comes into existence. So God can't be the creator of it.
I would think about this, but I really wouldn't, because I just don't see it as particularly day to day. It wouldn't affect my life much.
Okay,
really.
Look, you were mad that we were talking about like these like details in the Quran, and you're like, oh, those aren't significant. And now we bring up the literal origins of the universe, and you're like, it's not important. Like, what is important then? That like you shouldn't eat pork and that you shouldn't have alcohol? Like, is that what you want to talk about?
No, I came here mostly to have a discussion. I don't really have a point.
Okay. Well, okay. I think that we've run our course then. Anything else that you guys want to add before I let him go?
Nope. That's fine.
All right. Well, guys, thank you for being here. Do appreciate it. Take care. All right. We have some super chats to read, and then we have at least one more guest, Fashili. Fashili's been waiting very patiently, so we should bring them up. From Reverend Nate, with the $2, 2 Canuck bucks even, kangaroos are made of hops is brilliant. That's very funny, and I wish I had thought of it. From NBTNC again, Thuma can mean therefore, but it doesn't work here. Yeah, I guess if you try to replace then with therefore, it doesn't really follow, huh?
Yeah, I mean, like the overall, like the progression of it, he's laying out like temporal terms, like days, it's saying this many days passed in which he did this, and then these days passed, and then at the very end of it, just to fuck over the Muslim apologist, like especially badly, he says, so in total there was 6 days. So it's like clearly talking about a progression of days.
From TWE with the $5, what's you all's opinion about the heat problem regarding the flood? Do you think it stands up as an anti-flood argument? It's the thing about anti-flood arguments is that there's a lot of physics and a lot of geology and a lot of, biology that you could do. But all of those are going to go over the head of every single apologist. So instead, just ask them how the kangaroos got to Australia, or perhaps the koalas, because that's easier for them to understand. Like, it's a good argument. The heat problem's a fine argument. It's just too sophisticated for almost every apologist.
Yeah, you need to run that against like the real true scumbags, people who are like the PhDs that work at like the Creation Institute.
Yeah. From Slow TDI with the $2, can you explain why for me? I just got lobotomized. Look, let's not make fun of the victims of lobotomies in the 20th century. From David Milling. David Milling was waiting in the guest queue, but I guess couldn't stay for very longer. They say, I couldn't stay longer on Ninja. I've seen you guys quite a bit on my algorithm. Just curious, what's your motivation for your streams? A theist makes sense for converts, but I'm curious about the motivations for you three. For me, it's all about the money. No, it's because, truth is an important thing, right?
For me, it's all about the money.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Well, we're surrounded by people who do believe, and their belief affects our lives.
Yeah. I mean, I just think that it's good to believe true things, and it's like a great environment. I care a lot about my worldview being true. And I think it's a great environment to help point out when I don't know enough about a topic to encourage me to actually learn more about it. You know, a lot of the learning that I've done related to things like moral realism or, I don't know, models of the universe has been motivated by a desire to be able to answer questions better.
And from Relax with Russell with the $2, adopting Ian anti-realism to my worldview. Yes, let's go. We're gonna add that to the lava lamp theology, specifically Ian anti-realism.
Hell, if you stop thinking about me, I stop exist.
All right, let's bring up Fashili. Fashili has been waiting very patiently.
RFK Jr., if you can hear me, RFK Jr., give this man cancer again.
Oh no! What do you mean again? Fashili, how's it going?
Not too great.
That's a bummer.
Sorry to hear that.
Do you guys practice what you preach?
Yeah,
Oof.
I think so.
He did start.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on what you mean by preach.
We try.
Because all three of us might have slightly different views on various issues.
Do you put into practice every day what you espouse on your life?
Try to.
I generally don't really espouse like moral positions, and I generally don't really espouse like modes of epistemology except the ones that I actually use.
Well,
what are you suggesting that we should be preaching that we should be doing that we're not?
So you guys seem to
interesting. I didn't hear an argument for God at all. This sounds like a complaint.
I mean, if he's registering a complaint, we ought to hear him out.
So I don't appreciate you guys, especially Ian, banning me from the Discord when I'm pointing out white fragility and racism. I don't appreciate you guys. I don't appreciate the racial insensitivity that occurred on your lives. I've been a fan of your guys' for a while, and I respect you guys, but I don't appreciate what you did, and I don't appreciate the conversation that's going on in Discord currently. You guys stopped me from making comments. There's a lot of racism going on.
Who's you guys?
Are you crying? So you think racism is not everyone's issue?
Of course it's an everyone issue.
I'm saying,
is that a funny thing?
You're accusing us of racism because of something that personally happened to you on a Discord server.
No, not personally happened to me. It's from the person who was on here who you guys attacked, the British lady, the African-American woman. I don't agree with what
she wasn't African-American.
Yeah, she was not African-American. That's not true.
From the UK.
She wasn't African-American.
I don't want to assume. She was a person of color.
How were we racist?
I don't really care.
She was a South Indian British person.
How were we racist?
Anyway, she was a person of color, and I'm a person of color.
How
and I think it's
were we
interesting
racist?
how insensitive you guys were.
Give an example.
Do you not understand? Excuse me?
Yeah,
can you give an example of us being insensitive?
Yeah.
Do you know what racial insensitivity is?
Well, can you just give us an example?
We're asking you to give us an example of what you're claiming we did.
When you're assuming, first of all, what is your definition of racism?
Wait, sorry. You're making the claim that we said something racist. What was the thing that we said that was racist?
I said you're acting racist, and the things that you guys are doing is covering up for racism and a system of racism. So first of all, you silenced. I was silenced. I was kicked off. I was kicked off of
probably because you're like a whiny piece of shit.
Example.
Wait, just to be clear, we're all here.
Upset. First of all, I'm upset
Fashili, hold on. Shut up for a second. Okay? Fashili, we're all here. How could we be the ones who did this to you? We've been here the whole time. None of us are staring at our Discord.
Oh, apparently, apparently the person who muted you is Lizzie, who's indigenous.
And so am I.
Okay.
And
do you think like Lizzie did like an act of racism against
indigenous
you?
Hate crimes.
I think that a lot of people of different cultures and backgrounds perpetuate our racist system constantly, and especially in the country that we live in. And you know that as well as I do. And I don't think, and again, I've never said that I don't respect you.
Are you going to answer a question? Like, if you want to have like a productive dialogue about this, do you think that Lizzie did a racism?
That was a racist. Yes, it is. It was a racist act. She was covering up my voice for speaking the truth. For pointing out white fragility.
If someone disagrees with you?
For pointing out white fragility.
Can indigenous people be racist?
Wait, do you want to?
Yes.
Justin, do you want to bring Lizzie up?
I'm just checking.
First of all, where do you think the idea of Thanksgiving comes from?
Look, I'm not saying I'm not even perhaps disagreeing with you.
Thanksgiving is
Officially,
Justin.
Officially, shut up for a second.
Justin, or not Justin. Blitz. Can you bring Lizzie up? Apparently Lizzie
is Lizzie in the
guest
yeah,
request.
I can.
Yep. Welcome, Lizzie.
Hi. I got famous on TikTok again.
And YouTube. There's like 1,300 people watching on YouTube.
Hell yeah. Okay. So, just to be clear, the person that they're referring to was the person from earlier, A. They came into the Discord, started spamming.
No, that was in TikTok live, not spamming in Discord. I simply made a statement and put my screenshots in Discord, and I was attacked in Discord, where people were assuming my intelligence or lack thereof. They were insulting me. And
wait a minute, hold on. Are we currently airing Discord drama on our live stream? Is that what's happening?
This is definitely just bitching about Discord drama. Yeah.
Okay, so officially, do you have?
About Discord drama.
So do you actually have something that any of us did?
People who you guys want to be a part of your community.
Can you point to something that any of three of us actually did, or is this just like Discord nonsense?
The way you're acting right now is a form of passive aggressive racism.
I'm being passive aggressive too.
Oh my god, dude! Asking for examples is racist, guys. It's racist.
Lizzie, I'm gonna let you go.
Examples of how we were racist.
I'll bring you back up.
This is why being a woke scold is like a dying position. It's why it's like, you know, it spiked in popularity when people didn't know how to deal with it, but now everybody sees through it. If your strategy relies on you like woke scolding without being able to give like a single example, then all that's going to happen is I'm going to keep on asking you, what's the example of the thing that we did that is racist? And every single time you don't give an answer to that, you're just going to discredit your own position. And I think that's a good thing. I think that people who approach discourse this way should be discredited.
Again, I'm upset because I don't appreciate what happened, and I didn't appreciate the way I was treated, or I'm being treated right now.
What did we say that was racist?
It wasn't about what you said, it's about what you did, or your actions.
Yeah, what actions did we take that were racist?
The way you treated her for, again, what happened in that instance,
How did we treat her that was racist? Give a specific
Let me give you an example.
thing.
I am telling you. Please let me talk, Ian. In that, there was a time during your Discord with that woman, with that person, where you were where she was obviously not in the right by giving a lot of prejudice, right? But her prejudice is understandable. There's people of color who are not going to give YT people a pass, and we should question people who claim to be allies who shit on us constantly.
What are you crying about? What did we do?
You still haven't given an example. Yeah, give us a specific example of a thing that we did that was racist.
You turned around and played the I'm LGBTQIA community.
She called me a pedophile.
I said it. I didn't say she was right. What I'm saying, Ian, is I don't.
What the fuck am I supposed to do when somebody comes in and says that I'm in the Epstein files?
I was just saying I understand what she was saying, and I didn't agree with her. I'm just saying it was getting really murky, and I would have just appreciated it if you guys pulled back a little bit. All right, like that was very.
Why do we need to? Somebody literally coming and just immediately accusing us of being. Somebody immediately. I don't know why you're talking the fuck over me right now. So shut the fuck up for 5 seconds and listen. Somebody comes into our live stream accusing us of being racist and other being misogynist or being homophobe. People come up and accusing us of something, immediately attacking us. We're not going to settle back and say, oh, please take our white gloves and let's handle you with care. We're not doing that. If you are coming against us and you're like accusing us of stuff, we're not going to be like, yeah, you know what? You're right. Nobody does that. That's not how conversations work. So you're in the wrong place. If you think
that's not,
you're in the wrong place if you think that we're going to let someone come on our live stream and act out like that and not get put back in their place. Okay. And it's going to happen to you too. All right. You're making the same mistake. So until you can demonstrate where any of the three of us actually did a thing that you're going to accuse us of doing, then you're just lost. You're concussed. You're in the wrong place.
White fragility was a form of racism in that moment. And I think, again, that's my example.
Your lack of examples is telling.
Okay, I just told you what lack of examples. When she was telling you guys that YT people are an issue, it was a form of, it was very prejudiced. I agree. But it wasn't a form of racism. Okay?
Did anyone here claim that it was racist? I don't think that we said that she was being racist.
I didn't say you did. I didn't.
Sounds like you're not good.
Then what the fuck are you talking about? Are you like hallucinating?
Oh my
Definitely
Who are you talking to?
You guys were showing a
We've
lot
asked
of white
for
fragility
examples, and you can't give anything specific. It's just a
there was
bunch
a
of
lot of
vagaries.
microaggressions. There was a lot
Like
of
what? Name
microaggressions.
one. Give an example.
Everything's a microaggression when you don't agree with me.
You flipped the card into a victim. You flipped yourself into the victim.
Wait, did she or did she not call me a man?
I don't know. I wasn't.
She did.
Wasn't paying attention word
And
word.
is that or is that not misgendering?
It is. And again,
And
I
you don't think
agree with
trans
her.
people have the right to call out misgendering? Is that your position?
I do.
Sure. So
I'm
then I was just
non-binary
calling
as
her
well.
out for misgendering. You know, I was checking her on her transphobic
Ian, but you made it into a race
microaggressions.
issue, and you're acting as if
How?
you didn't.
How?
By
When?
showing by showing microaggression
When?
and your white fragility.
When?
Do you understand what white fragility is? During
When?
your argument
When
with
did
her.
this happen? Give an example.
So
During
just
the
to be
end
clear,
of-
white
during the end of your
fragility
guys' conversation.
and Fashili,
When did
maybe I
this
can
happen?
educate.
Give
Maybe
an
I can educate
example.
you here because, like, apparently, this needs to be explained to you. White fragility is not just when somebody who is white responds to a person of color with a slight degree of disappointment or anger. That's not what white fragility is. White fragility is a very specific
That's not what
thing.
you did. That's not what you guys did. That's not
So
what
what's the
happened.
white fragility that happened?
All right, okay, what do you think is happening right now currently? Is this not a charged conversation?
We're
because
asking you
I'm
for
pointing out your
examples and you're
guys'
unable to provide
microaggressions
them.
and your
Like you're
racism?
actually like, and I'm kind of
pointed
glad
it
that
out
this is
several
happening
times.
because you're discrediting yourself because we keep on asking
Okay.
you what's an example of this happening, and then every example that
I
you try
told
to
you.
put forward gets immediately
During your
torn in
entire
half.
conversation, Ian.
You know,
Your entire
I'm glad
conversation.
that like the
entire
emptiness of
conversation.
woke scolding is being brought to the forefront. This stuff should be challenged.
So are you the arbitrator and gatekeeper?
When somebody is unable to
Yeah.
articulate the thing that
Yep.
you've done wrong, then you probably have good reason to think that you haven't
I
done
articulated
something
it.
wrong.
I articulated
You
it.
absolutely
You were
haven't.
showing a lot of white fragility in
By
the
doing
entire
what?
conversation.
What's a specific example of
By
that?
doing what?
By playing the victim.
She misgendered me.
And you were being racist the whole
To be
time.
clear,
Wait, sorry,
being
wait.
misgendered
I'm so sorry.
is a
Is
microaggression.
it, wait, yeah. To be clear, you agree that misgendering somebody makes that person a victim, right? They become like a victim of transphobia.
Do you think?
Sure.
Think
Wait.
that
So then I made myself a
I'm not
victim on a topic that you would agree that I was the victim. So why is victimizing yourself in a situation where you categorically are the victim? Why is that a problem?
Huh? Because you think that that's not a common thread through history, where white people are telling people of color that they're the victims and the victors?
Only he's allowed to be
Yeah.
a victim. Only Shilly's allowed to be a victim. That's why.
Wow. Interesting. I think that you guys have
True.
illustrated the definition of white fragility perfectly during this entire life.
I think you haven't.
Yet you can't demonstrate
I
it.
don't need to. I'm already
Okay.
exposing you.
Well,
for
Yeah,
your
but
white
it's not
fragility.
my
Then
job to
your argument's
educate you,
lame.
sweetie. This is the
I don't need
emptiness
you
of
to
woke
educate me.
scolding.
I don't need you to educate me. You sat here and you said,
Yeah.
even during your argument, you said this
Also,
this is what happens during
I just
college
want to
debates
clarify,
nowadays.
you've
People
already
are
been
sitting here
kicked
saying
from the
they're-
deconstruction junction now. Thanks for
That's
letting us
fine.
know you needed to be removed.
That's fine. You guys are misogynists. You're a misogynist, Justin, and a racist, and so is Ethan.
Wait, what did,
Ethan's
wait,
a
yeah,
racist.
sorry. And what did we say that
Ian's a racist.
demonstrated
Yeah, that's
that?
what it is. Yeah.
On the basis
Do
of what?
Westerners treat their women better, Justin?
On what basis? On what basis?
Well, you made that comment in your live last week.
I'm sorry. Are you talking about
talking
what
to a
me,
Muslim?
what I do, or what does everybody in the
I'm
Western
telling you,
world
you're
think?
you're a misogynist,
Am I?
and you're a racist,
Am
and
I?
Ian's a
Where?
racist.
What did I do that was? What
yeah.
did I do that was misogynist?
Did you not tell the Muslim who you were arguing with last week that Westerners, that you're dealing with Westerners now? We know how to treat our women. We treat our women better than you do. You do.
How is that
You did.
misogynist?
It's recorded. I clipped it.
At best, that's
How is
Islamophobic.
that misogynist?
At best,
I
that's
also said it was
Islamophobic, but like it's
and that's
definitely not
racism.
misogynist.
It's
That's
not even.
racism.
It's not even
That's
Islamic
racism.
phobic. It's
Islamophobia is a form of
xenophobic, if
racism.
anything.
Islamophobia is not a form of racism.
You said
Most Muslims are
misogynistic.
not Arab.
You said misogynistic. So you wanna try again?
Excuse me.
It's a form of
There is-
bigotry.
what-
It's not a form of racism.
Interesting.
It sounds like you're confused on your
I think that depends
accusations.
on what form of what definition of racism you're adhering to.
Islam is not a race.
It doesn't have to be a race to be racist.
To be
Doesn't have to be a
racist?
race to do racism.
That depends on the definition of racism that you're adhering to. Because Some people define racism as a system of oppression, as a system, and some people define racism, which was
why the fuck would I include the word
just any system of oppression?
Why does that matter?
Homophobia is racism, guys.
Why would I include the word system in
Bro,
it?
yeah, her transphobia was actually victimizing towards me as that was like a racist microaggression when she was transphobic towards me.
Interesting. So does that make your racism and her transphobia okay?
No, she was racist too, according to your definition.
According to my definition, I didn't give you a definition of racism. I said
you did.
According to my made-up definition.
You just did.
No, I didn't. What definition did I give racism?
You said it's a system of oppression.
I said some people define it as that. I didn't say that was my definition.
That's not your definition.
Of course, yeah. He's just Buddy threw in a fun fact.
So
I mean, we can use the dictionary if you need. Like, you want us to like just?
It was about 4 years ago.
Open up the. Do you want just like give you the basic definition of racism?
It doesn't. I don't care.
It's prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, a community, or an institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group. So that's a religion, not a race. I think you're confusing bigotry with racism.
Yeah, it would be racist if we made like a statement, for example, about like Arabs. That would be racist.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Interesting.
Which, interestingly, less than 20% of the world's 2 billion Muslims are Arab.
I think that you guys are just like, I thought that you guys were doing really good for what you're doing, trying to deconstruct people. And honestly,
well, maybe you're just a whiny bitch, and this isn't a place for you.
Yeah.
Cool.
Disavow.
Cool. Yeah. But I think that you guys are really doing a lot of harm more than you're doing good.
I avow that comment.
Yeah, sorry we've harmed you.
So officially, I agree that we are doing harm to you.
Show me on the doll where you've been harmed. Can you?
I'll do a half disavow on that one. Let's maybe reel it.
So you're making fun of sexual assault now, or are you making fun of child abuse or abuse in general?
I'm making fun of you.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm a victim of sexual assault, and I give Justin the pass.
Yeah, so that's fine. Oh, that's interesting.
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
So you think white people don't give other white people excuses for racism all the time?
They probably do.
I have no idea.
Holy non sequitur, Batman.
You don't think this is an
echo chamber? I think you're confusing all white people with 3 white people right now. This is the main problem that you've got right now. You're assuming that what happens with other white people
is what happens when you're like
what we're doing.
So officially, do you live in a desert? Because it's clear to me that you've never touched grass.
You benefit from it. So why would you stop it?
Oh, no way he knows what grass even looks like.
Why
would you stop what?
Why would you guys sit there and erase everything? Why is Discord?
When did we derase anything?
Gone.
Then when did we do that?
Why did you block me from making comments?
Oh,
because
you
violated
like
apparently. White fragility too much?
Let me I can ask the mods if there's like a rule that you violated. Somebody tell me somebody tell me.
Didn't the mod just say that he was spamming?
No. I was conversating and I was putting up this.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
I wasn't spamming. I was conversating.
I was being attacked for pointing
very
out
rapidly.
White fragility, first of all, which is common when you point out racism.
I was doing it a lot.
White people. I feel like it's interesting that you guys think people of color should give you a pass, considering the system that you adhere to.
Pass on what?
That's what you expect.
Literally,
what do we need to pass on? What do we need to pass on?
You are showing
what do we need to pass on?
You are not allies. You're part of the problem.
What do we need to pass on? What do we need to pass
allies.
on? You're gonna answer the question?
You
can stop bitching and answer the question.
Yeah, good allyship is where you just fucking accept the conclusion with no evidence.
Yeah,
why won't you
if
just accept
being a good ally
conclusion
means
with no
agreeing with you,
evidence?
I'd rather if being a good ally means agreeing with you, I'm not your ally. Sorry.
Yeah.
Nobody wants you to be an ally.
We're totally open. We're totally open to the possibility that we may have done something racist. You would just need to express that. You need to put that into words.
You don't adhere to it when you do, and you're upholding a system that you benefit off of.
No, of course, yeah.
When?
Do you understand? You understand that the world.
When did we do it?
The world is shaped by white men, right?
Hey,
that's not a
Squilly, you're the reason why we're descending into a fascist dictatorship. Not people like you. I mean specifically you, Squilly.
Interesting.
I agree.
Why is that?
Because you are the ultimate problem with the world. Specifically you.
Yeah.
Interesting. Not according to Malcolm X. The white man was the white devil.
Oh, I'm not talking about like the white
there
man.
we go. We're the racists now.
I'm talking about you specifically, Fashili.
You're proving you're racist.
I wonder what message is gonna resonate with voters this election cycle.
We should probably let him go, right?
The white man is the white devil.
How racist you are with your white fragility.
We're really gonna
proving the definition of white fragility. It's really hard to have conversations about race with white people because this is what happens, everybody. This is how triggered they get. I'm supposed to be triggered.
I know, only with you.
Only with you.
You're the one that has difficult conversations about race.
Does it? Exactly. And you haven't acted like.
It seems like you're actually the common denominator. If you're having lots of tense arguments about these topics, it's probably because of you. Because I actually don't have tense arguments on these topics with normal people. It sounds like you've got a hammer and you're just looking for nails. It sounds like you're unhappy in life and you just blame other people for it.
How many people of color are dying every day? How many people of color are dying every day? How many people of color die every year?
How many people are short-circuiting our live stream currently?
Yeah, definitely the number is 1. There's one person short-circuiting pretty hard.
Yeah.
I mean, the crack talks are fun, but how long do we want to do it?
Oh, you're gonna run now.
Well,
you've been unable to substantiate your point.
You've been on for like 20 minutes and you've just been crying the whole time. So
yeah,
like it's probably about worn out. It's
Are you crying? I'm crying.
You probably just worn out your time here.
Why are you muting me?
Yeah.
I'm not muting you, but whoever is super based, extremely funny.
Because I'm trying to answer and ask questions with my co-hosts, and you won't shut the fuck up. So when I can't talk to my own co-host, that's a problem, right? Part of the thing that happens here when you've got 3 co-hosts, at some point they have to talk to each other so we can figure out where we're going to take the show. And you constantly interrupting everything we say and just shouting nonsense.
White man no power.
Like
when white man doesn't have power.
Racial accusations against us.
Very common. Very common. Very common.
Bro, this dude's poorly popular message. You know, how can I get?
Do you think
how can I get more
people into progressive movements that are going to, shame people for not doing anything wrong that they can actually articulate? Oh, sorry, is that racist too? Is it racist to mute the person who's crashing the fuck out?
It's a hate crime because he hates it.
Can I respond? Can I respond?
Can you respond without sounding like a little crybaby? That'd be good.
Like a little crybaby because you think that this isn't an issue that people of color have to deal with every day.
That is it's absolutely true that racism is an issue that people of color have to deal with every day. Absolutely true.
Yep.
That's not what you're saying. You're crying like a crybaby.
Because you guys are perpetuating racism.
You can't give a single example of that.
I did, and you're doing it right now.
There's no concrete example of anything that was said.
Also,
sure, so it wasn't anything before. It's just the encounter right now. He's generating the evidence on the fly, dude.
Ian, don't worry.
Apparently, being mean
of this, he had nothing that he can defend when he first came in, and now all he can do is try to generate new evidence in real time.
I'll give you the evidence. Don't worry. I'll make clips about it.
Wait a minute. Can he not do it to me because I'm from like a more oppressed ethnic minority or something?
Can't wait. We're excited for it.
He didn't mention me.
Destroy my career. I can't wait. Do it. Yeah, do it. My audience will all leave me.
I feel
They're
kind
all
of
gonna
left
believe
out.
you.
I don't care. I don't care.
Why didn't you go through mine?
It's not about the audience. It's about pointing out your lack of integrity.
Wait, why aren't you going through mine? Why are you leaving me out from your clipping?
Because
this is anti-Semitic. I disavow this guest for being anti-Semitic.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, this is not
if
right.
If you're gonna ask me a question, are you gonna allow me to answer? Dr. Blitz, me and
you
you
won't allow us to say anything, so it sounds to me like maybe you should follow your own values. It's like you're demanding that we let you talk, but you won't let us talk. Remember how you started this interaction by asking if we follow like the old principles that we teach? Sounds like you don't.
Okay. That's why you celebrate Thanksgiving, right? But you don't perpetuate racism.
Okay, so the real racist problem in America today is celebrating Thanksgiving. Yep.
No,
that's the problem.
That's not. That's not what I mean, Dr. Blitz. Now you're straw man.
Then why are you bringing it up? Why is that like that? That is not.
You're listening to what I say, not what I mean.
What happens in this country? Why do you think?
Why'd you bring it up?
Sounds like you do.
Why do you think I care about these things that I don't?
You don't care about elections?
I think that it's very insulting for people like you to adhere to these things while you sit there and espouse that you don't appreciate racism and slavery when you are seriously benefiting from the system.
Wait, I'm confused.
Wait, are you in America too?
Yes.
Oh shit! Oh, it's almost like anyone who's just born in America benefits from a racist system, and that makes them racist, including you.
Interesting. I benefit from the system. Do I?
Welcome to white fragility.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Wait, would you agree that racism is inseparable from imperialism?
I would say that I don't have the choice of where I'm born, and I don't like perpetuating colonization.
Neither do we, bud.
Colonization.
Do we have the choice of our skin color?
No. Do I?
No. No, nobody does.
Okay, so do I perpetuate the racist system that you benefit off of, or do I try to stop it at every turn?
Look, if you living in the United States, it's not your fault that you're living in the United States, so you don't have responsibility for the imperialism that the United States is doing. Then that means that us being white doesn't give us responsibility for the racism, the racist institutions that exist. That's the argument you're making, and obviously that's false.
And your words.
Okay, so then what actions?
Which you have not been able to identify. Which words? Tell us which words.
I've already told you them.
You haven't. You tried to bring up one point, and you said that I tried to victimize myself, and then you agreed that I actually was victimized. You tried to bring up one point, got blown the fuck out, and now you aren't even trying anymore. What are the words that we said?
Does 2 wrongs make a right, Ian? Does 2 wrongs
Name
make a right?
the words that I said. Go for it.
2 wrongs make a right when it's against you officially, by the way.
Wow. That's interesting.
You made the claim that there were words that we said that were
this is
racist.
exactly why
Which
people
words?
of color should always question allyship.
He has nothing. He has nothing at all.
This is what you do.
Woke
I've already named it several
is
times.
an empty ideology, and
Several
it's a dying
times.
ideology
Several
because
times.
of this. Name it one more. Say it again.
Name it
What's the
one
thing
more.
that we said? What are the words that came out of our mouths?
Wow.
Give a quote.
Wow. Give a quote.
Nothing. He has nothing.
Can you
He
give a
said
quote
that
from what
with
you said
our words,
in
we
that life?
perpetuated
During that life?
systems
Give a
of
quote what you
racism,
said
but he
during that
can't
life.
tell
I
us
can give a
which
quote
words.
from what I said. I said, I'll give you a quote. I said, what passport do you hold?
without going over your script or anything
Do you want to answer my question, or do you want to dodge and derail? My question was,
do you want
which
to answer my
words did I say that were
I'm going to take
racist?
some
I've already
antibiotics
answered your question
because
several
Which
times.
words?
I'm getting a bacterial infection from this conversation.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're making this debate really inaccessible for me. You know, that's quite ableist as like a thing to do against an autistic individual. You know, an autistic ADHD having individual. You've made this debate very inaccessible. You're being very ableist right now. How are you going to check your ableism in this discussion? You know, maybe could you give me like an appropriate like accommodation by maybe repeating the answer again?
You know, you're being very ableist right now. Why do you hate disabled people? Why do you think disabled people should die? Do you think disabled people should die, or just me?
No, I'm not. Do you know what disabilities I have, Ian? Do you know my disabilities?
The question, you know, it's very ableist. You know, it's horribly ableist. Yeah, disabled people can be ableist. You understand that, right?
Yes, I do. Are you not?
Yeah, you're being ableist. Yep.
Are you being ableist?
You're being an ableist individual.
And so are you. Look at your ableism.
Incorrect. You refuse to accommodate me. What's the ableist thing that I've done? Because I can clearly articulate the ableist thing that you've done. The ableist thing that you've done is that you refuse to re-articulate your point. You're making the debate inaccessible. You're making your answers inaccessible. Calm down there. You sound super fucking mad. Just take a deep breath. It's really going to be all right. There's no need for the tears. There's no need for the crying. Just calm the fuck down and answer the question. You know, what were the words that came out of our mouths that were racist? Just go ahead and answer the question. Okay.
But you're sitting here saying...
Wait, Blitz, you're muted.
Gonna keep muted.
Blitz, you're muted. Blitz, you're muted.
Oh, damn! I removed him from the chat.
Yeah.
I was just taking my right as an oppressed minority to do so.
Yeah. Yep. This is why, by the way, anytime you meet a person who like tries to woke scold, fucking do not give in to them. Like, you should always be on the lookout for things like racism. It's a real problem. You know, you can do microaggressions. That's the thing that does legitimately happen, you know, frequently. And you should be open to the possibility that you did one. But when somebody accuses you of doing one and they can't articulate what you did, do not take them seriously. You should not give these people any sort of like conversational power. You know, it's possible that you did something racist. You shouldn't allow yourself to get held hostage by a bad faith actor.
Which clearly that person was. Anyway, we have some super chats to go over. You know what? That guy was, sorry, just before we get started, that guy was helping promote the institution of white supremacy by encouraging people to donate to 3 white racists on a live stream. So, Fashili, I hope you're happy. You just contributed hundreds of dollars to white supremacy. Anyway, from Reverend Nate, with the 2 Canuck bucks, Fashili, P1, wah, P2, you're racist. Conclusion, Thanksgiving? I mean, for what it's worth, like, Thanksgiving does have a history, like there is a history of, like, racism, especially against the indigenous, in the story of Thanksgiving. But, like, it doesn't mean that somebody is racist for participating in Thanksgiving as an American in 2026, right? Like, these are... It'd be like saying that you're participating in, like, Jewish hate crimes by celebrating Christmas. Like, what are we doing?
Also, I don't know a single person that actually celebrates Thanksgiving. It's usually just a day that you can come and eat food together. They don't give a damn
at your
about
racist uncle.
any of the origin. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, dude, it's a federal holiday. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Like, not?
Stay home and scowl.
Yeah.
Anyway, from Gretchen with $3, this is fucking ridiculous. Go back to middle school. Probably needs to go back to university, to be honest. In middle school, you're not going to learn how to, like, critically evaluate these kinds of things and actually be reasonable about them, right? From Golach with the £2, Vashili is dumb, rock hard for Doug. By the way, the name was Fashili, F-S-C-H, Illy, because nobody seems to be able to spell it correctly. From NB with the $5, can I play victim card 2? I'm half black, half Arab, trans non-binary, I have ADHD, and I'm broke as a joke. Do I get a cookie and the right to be mean? Well, let's not do that.
Yep. You can come onto the stream and yell at us. You know, that's your right, apparently.
From MILF Wrangler with the $10, schizophrenic man yells at the sky type of guest with the racism accusations. Disavow.
I disavow.
So MILF Wrangler, I don't know if you're my age, but we can't use that word anymore. I used it once and I was wrong.
You can use it in a clinical context. Just don't use it to make fun of people. Because there are schizophrenic people and, you know...
It's true.
They try to exist as normal people. Normal meaning like non-schizophrenic, of course. Disavow. Right. Disavow myself.
You just disavow. Oh, cooked.
Cook me. From Game Guy with the $2, POC here, disagreeing with POC is not a racism. Look, if you're disagreeing with them about, like, you know, about whether or not slavery is good, then that might be racism, but this wasn't.
Yep. Like, I don't know. I think this is like a real, like 2016 era thought process that, you know, if they say something to you, you just have to fucking, like, accept it as true. That's not true. You know, you should be open to the possibility that they know more about this topic than you. That's valid, right? But if what they're saying is incoherent, don't fucking listen.
From NB with the $2, white fragility, therefore God. Love it. Oh, he didn't come up to make that argument. I think he just came up because he was really mad for a long time. And look, we actually kept him in the box for like an hour waiting. And so I think he was just stewing for that whole time. Yeah. From NB again with the $2, the LARP is strong with this one. I wouldn't be surprised if he believed it. But he's just internalized like the whole woke scold culture, which is cringe. From Golach with the £2, Vashdom's superpower is virtue signaling. Rock, what does this mean? What's Vashdom mean?
Rock hard.
That's it. They just kind of dumbed that guy's name.
Part of the name.
Oh, who's Vash?
Vashili is now Vashdom.
Oh, okay.
I think they heard the F as a V.
Okay, I see. From Nightman Cometh with the $10, race isn't relevant to racism is a wild statement. This Tumblr and TikTok progressivism is actually really harmful to leftist movements, to be honest. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah. Yep. I just think like this is like, fuck, I could rant about this for ages, but I don't know, like leftist infighting is rampant. And I think that when people have like certain ideologies or dispositions to, I don't know, like woke scold, for example, you just need to excise them. You need to embarrass them and excise them. you know, people who are not interested in doing like productive discourse, I don't know, there's no point in engaging or having like anything other than like the sort of engagement that we had just now.
Somebody just yelled in the okay, hold on. I just have to answer a TikTok comment. There's like at least 2 people saying, Dr. Blitz, do you teach physics? Somebody said, Dr. Blitz, I'm Scottish. Do you teach physics? I don't know why the Scottish part was added, but I don't do tutoring, if that was your question.
You don't know about Scottish physics?
Yeah.
James Clerk Maxwell.
Different
Let's go.
There.
Okay. From AI induced apologist with the $2, you don't need a race for racism. P is in fact not P. True. P is not P. I mean, look, to be fair, when people are Islamophobic, often it is just racism. It's just like hating on Arab people. But Islamophobia kind of by construction is not intrinsically a kind of racism, right? We have $20.
Right. It's important to recognize too that we would say the same thing about Christians. Like if we look at the treatment of women within Christianity, like we're giving the same criticism to other religions. It might be true that those other religions are couched in slightly different cultures, but we're criticizing the religion, not like the ethnicity or the people group or anything like that. We're not here to criticize like people's like countries of origins. We're here to criticize the God beliefs and how the God beliefs affect the people in the real world.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, if the belief system that you have leads you to be a shitty person, it's reasonable to call out the belief system.
Yep.
From E-Money Snipes with the $20. Thank you so much, E-Money. I don't know what the hell that guy's problem was, or the young lady immediately crashing out, calling you white. They say YTs. Yes, that was racist. I'm black and I've always loved you guys. Keep up the good work. Fuck that jackass. So, I don't think it's racist to say YT. It's just weird and a little like Zoomer cringe.
Yeah, I just don't really know what to make of it. Like, I don't think that. I don't know, it's just like weird.
It's like when people say unalive in real life.
True.
It's the same thing, and I don't know. From Furtive Patel with the $5, another minute of this caller, and I'm putting my head through the wall. Well, if the wall was built by indigenous people or by people of color, then you probably shouldn't, because that might be a racism.
Apparently.
From C2660 with the $5, I've had folks misgender me for claims of bigotry in college. People have to escape oppression Olympic mindsets or read one intersectional theory. Yeah, well, so look, you don't want to read, I mean, you can read as much theory as you want. Some of the oppression Olympic stuff does come from intersectionality, some branches of intersectionality, right? People say, oh, you know, they have more types of oppression than you, and so blah, blah, blah. But yeah, people should, like, if they're really struggling with these ideas, just read more. Reading never hurt anybody.
Yep.
From Momo Gaipan with the $100, which is very large. Thank you very much, Momo. Between Fashili and the British SJW makes me think you guys could open a different subject for debate. Very entertaining. Oh God, no, please.
I don't even know. Like, I don't like debating woke scolds, but I do think that it's worthwhile.
Is it? Like,
yeah,
debating woke scolds means just that. And was that worthwhile? Was that time well spent?
Yeah, I think that being able to stand up to bad faith actors, you know, I just think that when somebody is obviously bad faith, when somebody comes in saying, like, you know, you're white, you're a pedophile, you know, you're a
Crazy.
fucking like colonizer for criticizing Islam, you know, this person's like a horrendous faith actor, and you should be like viciously mean, and in fact you should like use their tactics against them. Same thing with the last guy, you know, when you come in here claiming all 3 of you were really racist, can't name a single example, can't tell us the problematic words we said, can't tell us the problematic actions that we did, you know, makes one attempt to do so, gets blown the fuck out on it like instantly. You know, I just think it's like, at that point, I think it's totally fine to do like a reverse woke scolding, just as like kind of like a parody.
Well, the question is whether or not debate is helpful. I just don't think that any debate ever happens.
Oh, sure. Well, I think what the useful thing there is, like, this is like the woke scolding ideology is on the way out, and you can stand up to it, and you should stand up to it.
Sure. From NBTNC with the $2, the more I LARP, the more God is real. That, it's true.
I LARP, therefore I am.
From Mr. Kiki with the $2, this is why Trump won. Specifically that guy. It was specifically that guy's fault. It was his fault entirely. From Slow TDI with the $2, what a fragile little guy. I actually never asked their gender, so maybe I shouldn't assume, but...
Disavow.
But actually, I'm,
Yeah.
I don't want to assume. From Momo Guy Pan with the $100 again.
Whoa.
Damn.
I know.
W, Momo. Shit.
Momo has said, and informative. Holy guac. Oh, Momo Guy Pan is holy guac. I see. Much appreciated.
Okay.
I think that's what that's supposed to mean. From Optopoppet with the $5, this caller just proved that time travel is real. He took us back to the early 2000s internet. It was early 2010s, but yeah. Indeed, time travel is real, which debunks the A theory of time. We did it, boys.
Yep.
From NBTNC with the $5, don't mess with fake woke LARPers. They don't even read their own literature.
True. Actually, it's kind of ableist that you're suggesting that they even should. Reading literature and forming opinions that are based on research is I don't know, man. That's so exhausting. I think I'd rather just go based on the vibes.
I've had someone unironically tell that to me.
Yep. Those people too, excised from the movement instantly. Anybody who thinks that you shouldn't be encouraging people to get informed on these topics, excised from the movement, sure, literature, theory should be made more accessible. Everyone agrees with that. You should, I don't know, engage with it.
Ian, don't you know you are doing the leftist infighting right now?
Yeah,
it's your fault. You're splitting the movement.
Fuck. I am. But I don't know. Maybe you have to do infighting against people who are going to lead to infighting. Maybe it's a paradox of tolerance.
Indeed.
You can't tolerate the intolerant.
From Only LC with the $5, look who just took a race, class, and gender 101 class and is now excited to use the new terms he learned. I get the message, but the delivery is atrocious. I don't even know what the message was. I don't know what he was trying to convey. I think he was just mad and he wanted to scream and cry because he got banned from Ian's Discord.
Yeah.
And that happens sometimes. And look, I've been upset about being banned from places too when I was a kid. It happens. It's part of growing up. From Slow TDI with the $10, for all the people in Tic Tac and Tubes, the reason that went on for so long, people like that need to be put in their place. If they can't actually back up what they say, they need pushback, rock hard for Doug. Yeah. Basically, yeah. That's the statement. From Curtis with the £5, as a black man, I'm a long-time watcher. I hate when people start sentences that it's not your fault, but I hate when people start, as a, XYZ, it's just, I understand what you're doing. It's just makes me cringe a little bit inside. Anyway, I'm a long-time watcher. Keeping crazy people on long harms us. It allows actual racists to justify their BS based off of that crazy guy. I can see the argument there.
Yeah.
But there's also got to be an argument for it used to be 30 years ago that maybe 40 years ago, whatever, that if you didn't platform people, they wouldn't be able to spread what they're saying. But nowadays, with social media, with the internet being broadly accessible, if you don't platform someone, they still have a platform. And so I'm not sure if it's true that just ignoring them and hoping that they'll go away will actually help. I don't know. I go back and forth on this a lot.
Yep.
From GoldenEye with the $2, the hammer looking for nails comment was spot on. Yeah, it was pretty good. From Reverend Nate with the 2 Canuck bucks, fascist silly thinks pro-Gaza equals anti-Semitic, probably. Oh, there's no way he thinks that.
No, it's going to to be the reverse. He thinks that, I don't know.
He thinks that the kind of anti-Semitism that lives, the kind that white supremacists do when they're anti-Israel, he's going to think that that's actually just anti-Zionism, rather than just straight-up Jew-hating.
Wait, what did you say, Blitz? I just want to make sure that I...
So there's a kind of anti-Zionism that white supremacists latch onto, where they're anti-Zionist because they don't like Jews.
Oh, sure, yeah. Well,
he would be the kind of person who would
stupid.
He would be the kind of person who thinks that that's just anti-Zionism, not anti-Semitism.
Sure, yeah. Well, I agree with that, right? Like if somebody's saying like, I disagree with Israel because they're Jewish, that's like insane. Yeah.
Yeah. From Fish Priest. There we go. I can read. I'm going to do it. Caller uses they, them pronouns too. Maybe.
Well, wait. Well, hey now. Whoa.
I mean, maybe they do. I don't know.
Okay. I feel like there's like normative loading there.
There probably is. But it is still true. They might, right?
Yeah. Hey, I also use they, them pronouns. I mean, I use any pronouns at this point, but.
From Eternal Adam with the $2, Fashili is a apologist for crying like a bitch. Are we... You know what? I'm just going to move on. From Diliontari with $5, as a non-American U.S. progressive, infighting looks fascinating. All those racial boxes America built, flattened and bureaucratized, hitting back. It probably is fascinating from an outside perspective, to be honest. Because this phenomenon of the kind of woke scolding that happens is almost uniquely American. Like it's spread a bit to the UK and spread a bit to Australia, but it's definitely like an American problem that we created, which is funny because we also created a lot of the things that the woke scolds are against. So, from Fred Call with the $10, great show as always. The arguments from ignorance regarding origins of consciousness never fail to amuse. I agree. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think anybody has like a good like definition or like standard, or not definition. I don't think anybody has like a good explanation. Kind of none of the views make sense in my opinion.
Yep. From Genji with the 100.
I feel like so many of the
Sorry, I'm cutting you off because there was an enormous super chat from Genji. With the $100.
Whoa,
guys!
Holy shit.
I know, people are being so generous today. And it's all Fashili's fault. Thank you for promoting the white supremacist institutions you claim to fight against. From Genji with $100. Guys, would you be open to doing a special show on the physics, philosophy, and religion of Attack on Titan?
No.
Probably if you paid each of us $20,000. I'm sure that we would all agree then.
I've seen Attack on
I've never
Titan.
seen it.
I haven't either. So you'd have to get me to watch it first. Not to say that I won't watch it.
I've watched all of it.
Although I think, aren't there like hugely anti-Semitic undertones in that show?
Yeah, like kind of. I mean, technically, I think like the direct reading of it is that it would be like Jewish people fighting back. Well, I guess like that's kind of anti-Semitic. Is that like kind of like the ultimate premise of the show? Major spoilers. Is that like the people who are like Jewish coded actually do like a genocidal extermination of everybody else. So in that sense, I think so. Yeah.
I mean, it's probably still a good anime though.
Yep.
And from Anthony Bordalazzo with the $5 and our last super chat, wonder how many of those types are performance artists whose goal is to cause political blowback. Let's check out the new paper published by BOFA. I'd rather check out the new paper that was published in the journal Secunda, but I probably won't. We have one more, sorry. From NB with the $5. I stand with Genji on Peak Fiction 2, Attack on Titan Fire ASF. Okay. Not going to say I'm not going to read it, or not going to watch it, but, you know. Anyway, that is all of the super chats that we have today. Is there anything that we're missing? Or should we call it there? Oh, yeah. Huh. That was the point.
For God? I'm missing that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, everybody, thank you guys for being here, for watching, for spending slightly more than 4 hours with us. And we'll see you guys next week.
Quick question. Should we raid somebody? We normally don't.
Oh, yes.
There's always
you know what?
Live.
So Quantanaut said that he might start a live stream after we're done. So let me go check to see if he's currently live. He is not, unfortunately.
I don't see anyone live on YouTube right now other than us and the line.
I mean, we could just send our people over to the line. There's no harm in doing that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go raid Apologia and Matt on the line today, y'all. Tell them Unapologetic sent you. And thanks
Hold
for
on,
being here.
Quantanaut is on now. I did tell people that I would tell people about Quantanaut. So go pay attention. If you're on TikTok, go watch Quantanaut. If you're on YouTube, go watch the line. How about that?
Let's do it.
All right, everybody. Thank you for being here so much, and we'll see you guys.